terms of where his side would want him to be. Hitting that very heavy length with that pace behind him as well. Lewis to continue, he's into his second as well. Several teams opting to start with a spinner and a pacer, something that I guess we've seen really creep into the shorter formats of the game.
Yes, it is. And it is with good reason too. I mean, pace off the ball has proven to be something of an advantage, particularly early in the innings.
Yeah, just turning the back face too early on that occasion. Probably getting some drift. The wind is quite strong here at Lears, blowing from what I would say is left to right across your screen. Takes out the dancing shoes, but finds the man at long on, and that's going to be wicket number 1 down for the Barbados Police Service.
Well, the impatience of Darrell Bob runs were not really flowing, and Bob again taking the aggressive option, getting down the wicket, not quite getting to the pitch of it, and hoisting it into the air. Again, you talk of that breeze coming across the ground, hitting the ball into the area from which the breeze is coming, and the ball holding up and offering an easy catch to the man at the on the long on boundary.
Yeah, quite an easy catch indeed. Bob, he goes for 14. It's 18 for 1.
Whipped off the pads again. The ball kept close to him, Bob, by Lewis. Not having the room to really free his arms, having to use his wrists more or less, cramp for room. And yes, you can see him there, not quite in position to play the shot that he intended, and only succeeding in offering an easy chance, gleefully taken by that fielder, running in on taking the catch.
Yeah. A very comfortable catch indeed, just a couple steps in. And as you mentioned, just holding up a bit in that breeze as well. So the first wicket down for the Barbados Police Service. The score 18 for 1. And straightening out to the crease now is Kadeem Aline.
Well, yes, looking for power, the police team. And Aline, a very powerful striker of the cricket ball. And he will be, again, continuing to look to maximize the scoring inside this power play.
He came to the crease yesterday at the score with 11 for 1, and from there he was able to motor on and get 37 off of 22. Kadeem Aline, he'll be hoping to get that plus more today. Starts with a very easy single into the leg side. It was a very interesting innings from Kadeem Aline yesterday. We do know that he's one to strike the ball hard, but he really worked around nicely yesterday as well, and then when the bad balls came, really putting them away.
Well, yes, similarly to an innings I saw from him earlier, even earlier in the tournament.
A loud appeal, and the umpire agrees with him, and well, that will be wicket number 2 down. Barbados in a spot of trouble.
Double strike by Othniel Lewis. Again, keeping that ball, keeping the batsman cramped for room, bowling wicket to wicket. And I thought that Seal would have been guilty of going back to a delivery that was pitched a bit too close to him for the back foot shot. And the ball skidding through. Lewis, straight delivery on the back foot, struck on the back pad, and umpire Harris Carrington having little hesitation, very, very, very little doubt that that ball would have crashed into the wicket. And the Seals innings comes to an end. He is leg before wicket, off the back foot, skidding through. I thought that he should have been forward. It would have been a better option, I should say, to get forward to that delivery.
Yeah, that ball sliding on. And for the moment it struck him on the back foot, you would have to tell yourself it was going to crash into probably middle and leg. Seal goes for 3. The score 19 for 2.
Well, police in a bit of problems now, losing those 2 early wickets, 2 wickets inside the power play. It's never desirable to lose wickets in clusters inside the power play. And the innings now only in the fourth over and already in need of repair.
It's so interesting that when problems arise, you usually call the police. And one man that is thrown out there and will hope that he can solve their problems is Mario Albert. He's batting at 4 for Barbados. He had himself an interesting little partnership yesterday as well. In fact, he was the main scorer for Barbados. He got 77 not out of just 55 deliveries. But the end of a double successful over for St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Very good bowling by Othniel Lewis, the off-spinner, tall off-spinner, bowling from that southern end. And as I mentioned, keeping a line, a very straight line on the stumps, and also not offering a lot of flight to his deliveries. The tall man he is, and I suspect getting a bit of drift also, and causing more than a few problems for the Barbadian batters.
Well, after going for just 2 in his second over, they've opted to keep Darius Martin operating from this pavilion end. They've employed a man at slip now for Mario Albert.
I think Barbados can ill afford to lose either one of these two batters in the near future. Two of the major players in this side. Mario Albert finally getting a score yesterday. It was disappointing in the 2 previous matches, but he is generally seen as one of the mainstays of this police batting, even here on the local domestic scene.
Well, he'll hope that he can make his way deep into the innings today. Martin strides in, looks good, goes short, just beats Albert for pace on that particular occasion. Yesterday, Barbados found themselves at 17 for 2. Today, 20 for 2 after 4.1. They recovered yesterday. And can they do the same beautiful Wednesday morning in Bridgetown, Barbados? I say Bridgetown, but we're quite a ways away from the capital.
Actually, this ground located in Lears in St. Michael. But if you were to take a walk of some 20 meters onto the main road, you'll be in St. Thomas, in Exchange in St. Thomas, Exchange Hill going on to Bibby's Lane in St. Thomas. Not very far away out towards the east, you will be walking into St. George. So this ground located in an area which it borders some 3 parishes in Barbados.
Once again rushed for pace, and that certainly has been a tune from Martin this morning. He's not really opted for any variations, just gone full and fast.
Well, yes, that short pitch delivery has been working for him so far. Mario Albert probably not having his morning coffee, because still seemed to be somewhat sleepy late on the shot on both occasions in this over when he got those short pitch deliveries from Martin. Working up good pace too.
Certainly working up some good pace. Quite a tall man is Martin.
Nice
using all of that range and long levers.
Well, yes, nice rangy action. Very impressive to look at.
Well, left outside of the off stump. He's really been around that corner, just on top of the off stump, probably just angling slightly in to what will be just around middle and off, and causing quite a few problems at the start of his spell.
Yes, I am once again, I'm quite impressed with the surface here at Lears. Good even surface. Makes for very good cricket.
This one off the edge of the bat, but there's a man at third man. I'll do the fielding now. The boundaries aren't coming in this power play for Barbados, but they've still been able to rotate the strike, and that's been good for them.
Bit of control in that shot, despite the ball coming off a thickish outside edge. I thought that the batter was was somewhat in control of the shot, hitting it well away from the slip fielder. Ball traveling in the air, but reaching to a delivery that was fairly wide to Aline. But this should be a good contest look between Martin and this pair of Barbados batters.
Probably sliding down the leg side. Even Martin confirms it for us, instantly saying going down the leg side, confirmed by the umpire as well. But once again, rushed for pace is Albert. He's not really gotten a measure of Darius Martin so far.
Well, just a change of length from Martin, looking to surprise Albert with a quick delivery, looking to zero in on the stumps.
In terms of the men on the boundary, there's a man at to fine leg and a man at to third man, the two who are outside for this power play over at the moment. Once again, just beaten for pace to close out 5. At the end of it, 22 for 2.
Well, he was so late that it might have been yesterday. Albert, that delivery, a test length again, pitching down just around outside the on stump. And by the time Albert played the ball already into the gloves of the keeper.
Certainly been some fiery stuff from Martin. He gave away 2 in the over before, and just 2 on this occasion, 1 being a leg bye.
Interesting to see if the captain is going to continue with him to see his full allotment of 4, or if he'll be holding him back for later in the innings. I think sometimes captains can be tempted when the guy is going as well as Martin is to keep him going.
Yeah, he might have that temptation, especially given that they've been able to peg back Barbados quite early, but maybe holding back that 1 for the end could do them quite well. Well, a shot in anger that falls well inside. Probably not going through with the full swing there, Kadeem Aline. He rehearses a shot at the other end. But with the wind blowing across the ground, he'll be hitting into that wind. The wind on the leg side of the right-handed batters at the moment. So it will be a task to clear that boundary.
Well, Joel, I shall be leaving you temporarily, and you will be joined by a new voice to the commentary of this regional T20 tournament. New to the stream, not new to Barbadian cricket fans, in the form of police officer Sean Brathwaite, known on the local circuit as Gunsmoke in cricket commentary terms, and he will be joining you for the next segment of play. Welcome, Gunsmoke. Good morning, and your impressions of the proceedings so far.
Good morning to everyone, and good morning to...
Well, that one's steered away, a bit of a bubble on the outfield, and it results in a boundary. So good fortune favoring Barbados on that particular occasion. It's a bit unfortunate for the man coming around at point. That one just bouncing out of the surface. But how have things been going thus far from a Barbados perspective?
Well, I believe Barbados has a very good side, and I really think that they will need to press on here at this stage.
Just opting to rotate the strike on that moment. Did you get a chance to take in the game yesterday, that super over?
Well, yes, it was a very interesting game yesterday. Talk Cricket won and all best because both teams, they played a very good game yesterday. And to go down to a super over, certainly the fans had it worth for their money.
Yep, every fan there, every fan at home was treated as an absolute spectacle, an absolute delight yesterday. A change in the field prompted now. Denver heads out to square leg. Well, this one is given some air, and it's treated to the boundary. That is 6 big ones to close out the end of the over after 6. The end of the power play, 34 for 2. Well, 6 bowled here for St. Vincent and the Grenadines as they make way now for Andrew Mason to join you now on commentary.
Thank you, Joel. Good morning, all. It's been a good start for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, with just 34 runs coming from the first 6 overs. And I know that we've got people in St. Vincent logged on, but this Darius Martin, has bowled with some fire, 3 overs, no better than done for 15, and has caused 1 or 2 problems for the Barbados side with his pace. Barbados were in a similar situation yesterday against Grenada. They went on to lose, and so far in this competition we've seen some pretty good cricket from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. We've seen some good cricket from Barbados. They may have to beef up, in my view, the opening position, because I really feel that Larry Baba or Stefan Gooden, in this construct of the batting order, must be able to bat a bit higher, in my view. And we've also seen, certainly in terms of the Grenada side, a side that boasts of a lot of national players and some that would have played for the Windwards, and they quite, in my view, were good in terms of winning that match. First ball to the leg stump. Bibi is not on target, whipped away beautifully by Albert, who was the star for the Barbados team yesterday, goes down to bat for square for 4. Of course, Sean Brathwaite is with me. Sean, one of the organizers of the competition. How's it gone so far, Sean?
Well, certainly it's going so far, and we expect to go bigger and better the next time around. And this competition will certainly go a lot of way along.
So it's 38 for 2, whipped off the pads by Albert, who's a good player and very athletic, would have represented Barbados in football as a goalkeeper. First saw him playing for Maple. Maple, one of the teams in the first division competition, having been demoted a couple of years ago. That's going to be called a wide. 2 wide of the off stump, but a good start for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Umpire Candice Labrador, who is from Shakwana, she tells me. So the women are in control, and she is from the land of Calypso. So as the action continues. So a good victory yesterday, Sean, for the Grenada side over Barbados. Your impressions of that?
Well, it was a fantastic game and well-deserved victory for Grenada. At the end of the day, they played the better cricket on the latter half of the Super Over. And certainly they'll be looking this afternoon, coming up against Cayman Islands, to continue their winning ways.
That's very wide of the off stump. And catch taken. That was very wide, but he flayed his bat at that. And a very good catch taken by the keeper, moving to his right. And that's a very important wicket to get as well. So Albert goes, Barbados in trouble. There are now 39 for 3. We're into over number 7. That was very wide. He could have left that. He went after it and got the edge. Good catch taken, and Barbados under early pressure here.
Well, there's certainly early pressure. Good bowling by St. Vincent. Darius Martin continue to bowl very well, getting a lot of bumps and off this wicket. And that was a lazy stroke really from Albert. And Albert, certainly the man who would have led Barbados in their runs yesterday in their innings, but today delivery upside the off stump, a whitish, and he played at that one, taking the edge, and the keeper taking a comfortable catch, and Barbados in further trouble, losing the experienced Mario Albert.
Yeah, I'm at cricket, so.
And you would expect that. Sure, who opened the batting, and Aline, these two would want to build a partnership here to bring Barbados to some sort of stability at this stage.
Okay, come. You get the cricket going. You can see the guys playing cricket. Come. When you come to this, don't come to So new batsman is Stewart. And that's going to go a long way down towards the boundary. They'll get a second. But reconstruction of the innings is now the order, and we'll get a third. So because of the unevenness in terms of the outfield, this is the dry season. Ball kicked perhaps into a crack, went over the fielder's head, and it went away for 2. The return was wayward. But this is a situation where Barbados finding itself under some pressure here against a pretty decent side in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. So 2 things happening in St. Vincent and the Grenadines' favor in that the run rate is 6.29. They've also picked up 3 wickets, and important wickets as well. Bab gone for 14, Seal for 3, and the very important wicket of Albert, who chased the wide ball. It was rather a naughty shot, really, and he should have allowed it to go by. Got the edge. Well taken by keeper Brown, who sprawled away to his right to haul it in. And Michael Stewart, player with lots of ability. But they've really done very well. There's no doubt about that. A situation where 7 overs are gone now, and Barbados under pressure, they're 43 for 3. So Sean, in terms of the competition so far, we've seen some pretty decent crowds at Weymouth. And no doubt as we head down to the finals on the 10th of April, we've seen some pretty good cricket as well. Like the looks of St. Vincent. Certainly Grenada looking good as well. And Barbados.
Yes, they're looking very good, and especially the St. Vincent side. A lot starts the time for them. And Bibi and Darius Martin, they're really showing their ability in the fast bowling. As for genuine pace there, Andrew, from these guys. And St. Vincent team looks a very good unit.
Bibi to continue. And what it has done here is that it's now forced someone like an Aline to be cautious. When you lose wickets like this, then you're not going to play, well, the way you normally do. And, well, as I said that, well, what was that all about? That's a bit of a get-out shot. But sometimes you start with a plan of possibly getting maybe 180, 190, but then you realize that you can't get that. So rather than gift your wickets, then try to get to 140 and work with that.
But yes, Andrew, and I think the Barbados team would need to build a partnership here in order to get up to a sizable total to put on the board to defend. And these two, Aline and Stewart, would want to do that reconstruction in this innings.
Yeah, the key word is reconstruction, and there's a lot of construction going on in this area. Of course, C.O. Williams, who they moved the earth to please. The headquarters is not too far away. It's in Lears. We're at Lears. If you were in Bridgetown without traffic, I think it'll take you maybe 10 minutes or so to get here, maybe a little bit more than that. If you were Bridgetown, maybe 15?
15 minutes.
15 minutes. But with the car you drive, it'll take 10. Yes. So, Lears, 45 for 3. The ball is in the air. Chance for a catch. Catch taken. More trouble for Barbados. This is not good cricket at all. Well, well, well. And under tremendous pressure here, Barbados finding they're going very rough. They're now 45 for 4.
Well, Andrew, the delivery there struck out to the wicket region and comfortable catch being taken by the St. Vincent fielder. But I really thought Aline and Stewart, they would have settled down knowing they've lost some early wickets and look to rebuild, because at this stage you must have partnerships in order to get up to a proper total to put on the board. And
you're right about that. There's no question about that. But under pressure, here we go. A delivery from Bibi that was taken from just about the off stump and dragged down to that wide long on area. It was in there for a long time, and it was a simple catch taken. And that represents really the strangle hole that the police officers of St. Vincent have got in this match. That's a good catch taken. And the captain comes out at a time with his side in strife. So the captain must be inspired by the thought that if you feed your faith, doubt will starve to death. 45 for 4. And he must know that the business of a leader is to turn obstacles into stepping stones and disaster into triumph. He's got tremendous responsibility, Constable Sergeant here. Can he see his team to a decent score? We shall see. But at the moment, it's all St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Ralph Gonzalez's men, the 5-star general. But put under real pressure here, and not handling the pressure well in my view. Still lots of balls to come.
So yes, Andrew, and Barbados would really want to rebuild here. They would need to settle down. Darius Sargent, he's an experienced cricketer, and he would certainly be looking to. He'd be looking to stay here, build a partnership with Short, so that Barbados side can certainly pass 3 figures to have something to defend.
Yep, you're right. So 45 for the loss of 4. 8 overs gone. And this is a serious situation for the Barbados team. So it's going to be Lewis to continue. Martin Bow with lots of fire. And I was making the point earlier that we've got people locked on in St. Vincent, and they were saying to me in some WhatsApp messages that they like him. He's pretty sharp. I wonder how old he is, but he certainly bowled very well indeed. Here we go. We start over number 9. It's Lewis, the bowler. Or is it Bibby? Bibby's the man operating. So what will Barbados do here now? A gun smoke? Certainly no gun smoke, really. It's a matter of battling with a washpan of common sense. You're in trouble. You're 45 for 4. Having lost to Grenada yesterday, the home side under pressure at Lears. Is this Lears? Is it St. Michael? Right, of course, we're pretty close to St. George and St. Thomas as well. That's going to be called a wide. I suppose if you travel another, couple of yards, you get into St. Thomas, wouldn't you?
Yes, I did a couple of yards within St. Thomas.
Right. So is it bordering, as Wayne Holder was saying, 3 parishes then? This is Lears St. Michael. You got St. Thomas, and also you've got St. George as well. Well done, well done. Another good delivery. Bang on target, outside the off stump. And it's now up to 46 for 4. And of course, this up the road is Bibby's Lane, and there's a bowler called Bibby. I think in Bibby's Lane there's also a very popular bakery, yes, if I'm told, Nichols Bakery. Yes. Pardon me for the commercial, don't send me a bill. I think the owner died recently. And that's gone over the top. And that's a welcome boundary for Barbados. Well played by young Stewart over that mid-off area. That's gone for 4. The 50's come up on the board now for Barbados. Over number 9. So 2 things are wrong here, in that the rate is 5.88, but more importantly, Sean, they've also lost 4 wickets as well, and 4 big guns.
Yes, Andrew, losing those 4 wickets certainly would put back Barbados on the back foot. However, these 2, Stewart and Sargent, who are experienced campaign, they would need here to rebuild. Pick up the single, rotate the straight during the overs, and pick up the odd boundary to build back this innings. Yeah,
I agree with that. It's a matter of being calculated in your stroke play here, in my view. Good cricket, having hit the ball over the top, getting a single, pushing the ball into the offside, down toward that cover area. So, Bab, 14. Didn't get going at all today, Bab. 16 balls. Seal didn't get going. In fact, he was leg before for his 7 balls he faced. Aline, 10 from 9. And Albert chased a wide ball. No need to play at that. And that's a big, big wicket to get. But St. Vincent, aside that has looked good. I know fellow commentator Donovan Lovell reckons that they've got a good chance. But of course, early days in the competition. Captain Sargent came out at a similar stage yesterday when they lost wickets, and he batted intelligently, got that partnership going. Barbados were able to recover and made 174. Make that 172. That was not enough, really. But in the end, it went down to a super over, and Barbados lost. And what was interesting about that was that their best bowler, Stefan Gooden, bowled the over and it cost 17.
But yes, Andrew, that's really, yesterday that 17 over really cost Barbados very, very, really. And Grenada was able to defend that 17.
Really thought as well that when I looked at all aspects of the game as the over comes to an end, over number 9, it's 53 for 4. I thought that Grenada played better cricket yesterday, very well organized in their bowling. The batting was good at the top. Lawrence really batted well. I thought they're feeling much better than Barbados as well. And although it was a tight game in the end, I thought that Grenada deserved to have won.
Yes, Andrew. Grenada looked like a very good unit yesterday. The ground feeling was very excellent. And with Lawrence starting the innings, he really got off to a flyer. And that really laid the foundation for Grenada in that innings. Lawrence playing such a beautiful innings and gave them the start that they needed.
So, Kenneth Dember comes into the attack. Well, that name Dember is a name that Barbados don't want to hear because at the regional level, he's destroyed him in the second innings in Trinidad and Tobago. Stewart would have been disappointed about that. It was short, wasn't able to put it away. That's what pressure does.
Well, yes, at this stage, Barbados under a lot of pressure, looking to reconstruct an innings that they lost some early wickets, and they would now need to rebuild, and Sargent and Stewart will certainly be looking to do that.
So Romario Bibi making a good stop down at backward square. Big man. Very good start by Dember. Good control, keeping Barbados in check here.
Well, yes, Dember has been bowling very well in the competition, and he continues to keep tight and keep the pressure on here on Barbados.
Very well played indeed by Stewart. We'll get 2 possibly here. Not often that you see that dab, but he played it nicely down to third man for 2.
Well, that's a lovely shot there from Stewart. A lot of timing, excellent placement, and we're looking for the batsman to pick up 2.
Chance for a catch. Catch taken. Stewart goes. Further trouble for Barbados here at Lairs in St. Michael. Wow. Wow. This represents a position of tremendous power for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force. It's a matter of working the ball around, and I find that teams do not know how to respond to a bit of a crisis, really. There's no need to do that. You're under pressure. Your top batsman work the ball around, try to get to 120, 130, and try to defend that. But if you're going to do that, well, then you are just a victim of your own discretion. Here we go. That's not a good shot. It was beautifully lined just on the off stump. He played across it. It was in the air for a long time, and all the fielder who is in our view now pouncing the catch comfortably and waist high. And at the end of over number 10, Barbados find themselves in all kinds of contortions here. They're 57 for loss of 5. Lots wrong for Barbados, a lot right for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. First of all, they bowl well so far. Darius Martin, 3 overs, no winners done for 15, has been brilliant. And good support from Lewis, who's picked up 3 wickets. Bibi has got 1, and now Demba has picked up a wicket as well. Sargent will have to find partners now to stay with him. Larry Babb has got the ability. Of course, there's also Stefan Gooden who can bat, Padmore, Alexandra, and Vaughan. But you would really want Shane Brathwaite for someone to, as they would say, be counted here. Because, you know, 10 overs are gone, and Barbados are now 57 for loss of 5. The innings in peril.
Well, yes, but Barbados under further pressure losing that wicket was Stewart. You really thought Stewart would stay there, pick up the singles, and rebuild the innings with Dario Sargent. But now, him going, you would certainly Barbados further pressure. Larry Babb experienced, Dario Sargent, the two most experienced in this side, and they would want to certainly stay at the crease, rebuild the innings, and put at least 120, 130 on the board for Barbados to defend. But we need some sort of stability at this stage from these two batsmen, two experienced batsmen for the police side.
Yeah, you're right. So thanks to you, with, of course, our very good friend taking over. And in terms of the bowling, I mean, when you look at those stats, I mean, Martin, 3 overs for 15 runs, easily could have picked up a wicket. Lewis was very good, 3 for 19, maybe 1 for 17. And Demba with his off breaks, conceding only 4 runs, but picking up a wicket. And Barbados find themselves in trouble. And we can have a double change as well, with a situation where Barbados are 57 for a loss of 5. Wayne Holder joins me. Wayne, in terms of the points, this is something that we need to start to look at as well, because the reality is that if Barbados lose here, of course, there are semi-final matches to be played. There's some weak teams in the competition, but you would want to go into the semi-finals on a high. And that's something that I think that they've got to really look at. The new batsman coming to the crease is someone who's played for Barbados and Larry Babb. And of course, there's Stefan Gooden who can hit the ball around. So I'll leave it with you to look at the possibility in terms of the points, where we are. And then, of course, Joel Manning comes a calling. So 10 gone, Barbados 57 for loss of 5.
Well, earlier I did mention that the SVG team, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the only unbeaten side in the tournament up to this stage with 3 wins in their 3 matches. So they are on a perfect 12 points at the head of the table. Barbados, who lost that match yesterday after winning their first couple of matches, are now on 8 points from 3 matches, as Trinidad and Tobago, who lost their first encounter but came back to win the other 2. A win for Grenada has given them some 4 points. And of course, the SVG, the BVI and the Cayman Islands are not picking up a point so far. But we're about to resume with Bibi. From his end, the Bibi Lane's end, if you know your geography, Joel, you know that Bibi Lane is the village right above us here to the north, and Bibi bowling from the northern end. I wonder if he has some property in Barbados.
Well, to be honest, I didn't know that one about Bibi's Lane being behind us. I thought that was a little bit closer to town.
I think there may be a Bibi's Lane in town too, but this is Bibi's Lane in St. Thomas.
Okay. Well, the action continues here. Romaro Bibi into his 3rd over and bowling quite well. He's bowled to 2.1, picked up the wicket though, and 18 runs from it. The spectators are trickling in as it's now just after 11 a.m. in Barbados.
I think to what may have happened, Joel, is that the word has gone around that some of the matches have been switched to layers, especially those games that were scheduled for Bayfield and St. Philip. And a number of people who would find it a lot easier to get to this location have taken advantage. And I expect to see a good turnout by the time we get to the afternoon match. An even better turnout, I should say.
Quite possibly, indeed. All that have come out so far today matches have been treated to some fantastic cricket in this regional police tournament. And today certainly shapes up to be another one of those. Presses that one on the front foot. The boundaries haven't been coming for Barbados, and I guess they've had to do a lot of rejigging and recalculating as it pertains to total that they can set. This SVG side is one that has been batting well and putting on strong totals. The first time though that St. Vincent and the Grenadines will have to chase a target in this tournament, but you would have to think that with how things have been going for them, they won't be too daunted by anything that Barbados probably put on the board.
Well, they've got the momentum going with them now for sure. In the field, they're really pushing the Barbados team back.
Well, that is whipped away, and it crashes into the fence. 6 runs and 6 to the cause that Barbados will need.
Well, somewhat of a change in the way the game has been flowing. Daryl Sargent latching on to a short delivery from Bibby and really helping himself to a boundary. Short delivery, getting into his wicket. Very, very well played shot. Beating that man there on the deep mid-wicket boundary. There is a man at deep mid-wicket, and the ball well away to his right. So good boundary for Daryl Sargent.
Gets home. Just for a second you thought that Larry Babb was in trouble. He's actually in trouble because the ball struck him as he was running through there. A bit of pain for him, hit him on the inside of the thigh there. Larry Babb, he's not a young man anymore, so that is certainly going to sting him. Going to hurt probably tomorrow morning as well.
Well, relatively speaking, but he was in some problems there as far as the run-out is concerned too, because I dare suspect that had that ball struck Larry, might have been in trouble. He didn't actually slide in to his crease. You saw him reaching for the crease. We're going to see it now. The ball played down to short third man. The return coming, Bob scrambling in, and the return missing the stumps but striking the batter. And luckily for Bob, I think he would rather take the knock and take the pain than to lose his wicket by the run-out route.
Certainly would have been a different type of pain had he been run out there. He's home safely, and he's out there to continue the battle for Barbados. Well, he gets that. Not in control, but he will like the result because it's 2 more to the total.
Well, yes, Bob throwing everything at that delivery, pitched up outside the off stump and going hard at it. The ball peeling off the outer half of the bat and down to third man. Good work by that man at the deep backward point, because that ball, with the slope on that side of the ground, that ball would have been skidding, heading out to the boundary. But the end of the over, Joel?
Yep, 68 for 5 now after 11. And the halfway stage of the innings, questions start to loom with regards to what type of a total can Barbados get to. And the wickets have tumbled for them this morning. Babb, he went for 14, Seal for 3, Kadeem Aline just 10, Mario Albert 10, and Michael Stewart, he went for 13. The not-out batsmen, Sargent and Babb at the crease. 2 men that they would still have a lot of faith in, and 2 men they know can probably take them down towards the latter stages, the business end of this contest.
Well, Sargent, the captain, has had something of a run on the local scene.
Gets a bit on that one. Just straying probably a little bit was Denver. We've seen batters, in fact, signal a wide by the umpire, but we've seen them try to go quite hard into that leg side, and more than one of them has fallen as a result of it. Now that strong breeze that we've been talking about all day long, not favouring the right-handed batters at this ground.
It's almost like hitting into a fan, Joel, on that eastern side.
It turns that one around the corner for a single. You would have to think that after seeing one fall, you might probably change your plans and maybe start coming or looking along the ground to what is that eastern side when batting from what is that road end, and then looking towards where the wind is blowing down towards the pavilion from the other end.
Well, yes, it also, from my vantage point here, it also seems that the longer boundary is that boundary over there on the east, so that should also be taken into account.
Thought about one, can't get it there.
Larry Babb, the player coach with the police, Barbados police side now, going into the local season, which gets going in less than 2 weeks on the 15th, the first ball to be bowled in local domestic cricket for the year. And the police playing in the first division. Babb is the player coach of that team this year. I think one of basically the most experienced player in this Barbados police lineup. So a lot of responsibility on this pair.
Given that the wind favors him, The size of the ground on the leg side also favors him. Denver just looking to tease them a bit, give that ball some air, give that ball some flight, and ask them to hit into that fan that we've seen a couple perish.
Well, you see him bowling into the leg stump, and if you see the construct of his field, it would suggest to you that he's looking to angle the ball straight.
Well, this time Larry Babb gets the good measure of him. Takes away a tree branch with it as well, and that's 6 big ones.
Well, yes, giving this one some flight on this occasion and overflighting, and Babb are quick to pounce on the error in length and really getting under it. And we all know Larry Babb, a very strong hitter of the ball, and easily clearing the boundary at the southern end.
Probably going in search of maybe an ice cream on that particular occasion. The manufacturing plant is there in the distance.
But the Denver bowling to a field with a bias on the onside. He has got a long on, a deep mid-wicket, and a deep square leg, along with the short mid-wicket and the short fine leg.
Finding that length that he's been consistent on to close it out. So the 6 probably the only thing that spoiled that over for Denver. 10 runs from it. 78 for 5.
Well, the experiment of going for flight, probably looking to outfox the batsman in flight, but getting this one much too full, getting that delivery much too full. And Larry Babb doesn't need a second invitation to go over the top of the infield. So picking up that 6, but Kenneth Denver, as Andrew mentioned earlier, a name known now on the regional circuit. I actually came across Kenneth Denver for the very first time while following the Dream 11 VPL, the Vinci Premier League T10 competition, and immediately he struck a note with me. He had a good time and I won, and I'm not surprised to see that he has progressed now into the Windward Islands first class setup.
A loud appeal. And the umpire says that is good, that is dead, and that is out. So wicket number 6 down for them. Darrell Sargent, the captain, he falls. He's got to come back home.
Well, the Vincies are cock-a-hoop with that dismissal. A key wicket to get at this stage, because this the last really recognized batters in the side. Stefan Gooding is known to be able to handle the bat, something of an all-rounder, but as far as the specialist batsmen are concerned, this would be the last pair for the police team, and getting rid of the captain, Darrell Babb. A crucial blow struck by Bibby. Here we see the dismissal, and Sargent coming across his wicket, getting that left pad in front of it, playing across the pad, guilty of playing across the pad and also across the line of the delivery, and losing his balance, struck right in front, and umpire Candice Laborde making the decision in the favor of the batting side. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines well on top here at the Lears ground, and the Barbados police in danger of imploding for a less than adequate total. Coming across his wicket, struck in front. I don't think there would have been any hesitation. That one struck him on the middle stump, and would have gone on, I believe, to strike somewhere between middle and leg. And Bibby is Romario. Bibby is the name, picks up his second wicket, and really enjoying the action here at Lears.
Tries to go again, and it's a double strike, a double blow, double trouble, and double pleasure for Bibby.
Not so sure of that shot by Gooding, though, with his team in the kind of peril that are facing them to get a first delivery. It was a straight delivery on the stumps, and Gooding opting to go down the ground, looking to go over the top, head in the air, and missed and was struck. And even less hesitation on the part of the umpire Laborde in making that decision, but I thought that was a poor shot selection on the part of Gooding with that delivery. Maybe straight on the stumps, and there is Gooding looking down toward Long On, looking towards Cow Corner as he swung across the line of that delivery. And that one would have been, if the delivery before would have been hit in middle and leg, I think that one would be hit in middle and middle, the middle of the middle.
Quite possibly indeed. Full, straight, and dead. Gooding has to go. A one-ball duck. Hitting the back leg as well. No question about it whatsoever. An easy decision for umpire Laborde. And Bibby, he's flying high.
And actually, I could see part of the middle stump and the whole leg stump when that ball struck him on the back leg. So that tells you, with the part as close to the stumps as it was, no doubt whatsoever.
The hat-trick delivery is on his way. Will Bibby do it? Can Bibby do it? Can Padmore keep him out? Oh, in fact, he spoils it with a wide. Would you believe that?
Yes, getting it quite wrong. I mean, probably over anxious, the zeal to get that delivery on target and to complete the hat trick with his confidence flying high would be Bibby. We have seen him in the tournament so far. Been steady without being devastating, but I suspect that today would have been his best outing in the tournament so far.
Driven nicely into the offside, the first runs.
So police now down to the bowlers. You would have to say Rashid Padmore, Alva Alexander, and Venice Vaughan, the next two to come after Padmore. So you're really now deep into the tail at 80 for 7, and police with only 12.5 overs gone, in danger of probably not batting out the full allotment of 20 overs.
Certainly in danger of doing just that. Barbados, after getting 172 yesterday, they're at 80 for 7. Comes down Larry Babb, looks to give it all, but gets none of it. It's so interesting how one day things can be going so perfectly for you, and the other, it's just a bit of a struggle.
Well, cricket is much the game of life. I like to refer to it, and you will have your ups, your downs, and it is how you respond to the different situations that will decide your fate. And right now, police are deep in a hole, really in need of a hero, one would have to say, someone to pull them out.
Well, can Babb be the hero? Can he be the man for the job? Some good bumps and offer once again. They've really tested this surface here today, these Pacers.
Well, yes, I actually had a little chat with Darius Martin, and he told me he really enjoyed, just on the boundary as I was walking around, and he told me he really enjoyed bowling on this surface. And there it is. And I think such is the case with Bibby also. You know, really loving the bounce and carry that they have been able to get to extract from the surface.
Once again, pace on to close out 13 overs, 80 for 7.
Well, the applause you hear in the background must be for an excellent spell by Romario Bibby, coming to the end of his 4-over allotment. Bowling all 4 on the trot too, after coming on first change. 4 overs, 30 runs, and 3 wickets. He bowled some 11 dot balls in that spell, and he operated at an economy rate of 7.50. I don't think that his captain could want for better, as we look at a rather sorry looking Barbados police scorecard. We've got a couple 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 double-figure contributions, Joel, which suggests that a number of players actually did get starts, but no one able to really continue and push on and form any partnerships. And we often notice the lack of partnerships in the innings, and hence with 7 overs to bowl, they've only got 3 wickets in hand, as the bowling for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Othniel Lewis, the off-spinner, starting from the southern end, 3 for 19 in his 4. Darius Martin bowled, was a bit unlucky not to actually get a wicket. And of course, we saw the work of Romario Bibby.
Yeah, certainly good bowling and good stuff so far from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Just a 35-minute flight away, doing damage here in Barbados. A sharp one, looks good. And And the umpire says no. The spectators in support of St. Vincent and Grenadines thought they had another man there.
A very, very close call, though, I dare say, Joel. But again, on this occasion, the last time I was mentioning that Bob had not slid his bat into the crease, and you'll see it here when you watch the replay, that on this occasion he was actually sliding his bat into the crease, and I think that may just well have been what saved him. Good work by the man on arming the return coming in from that short third man position, the number 5 on his back. But I thought that had Bob not slid his bat into the crease, he could have been in real danger of losing his wicket.
Good cricket all around on that particular occasion. Bob to face. Now you got a 6 off of Denver in the previous over. Tries to go again into what would have been that fan area.
And Denver has been teasing the Barbadian batsmen with that angle, bowling into the leg stump, bowling into the pads, and forcing them to play into the onside.
Gets it good. And the result is even better. 4 runs for Larry Bob, 4 runs for Barbados. They're going to need many more of those.
Well, for once, Denver offering some room outside the off stump, although I must say Bob making room for himself as he backed away toward the leg side and opened up the offside field and struck it hard, timed it well. And neither the man in that extra cover nor the long off had a chance of pulling it back.
Fires that one in.
So every now and then we see Denver has been offering some respite to the Barbadian batsmen at least once every over. We saw the 6 in the previous over. We just saw him go for 4.
Teasing again. Peels off the inner portion of the bat. 7 runs coming from Denver's 3rd over after 14, 87 for 7.
Yes, and Padmore would do well, though, to just accept that or adopt the role of trying to support Bob in this last quarter of the innings. I think Bob very much capable of carrying his bat towards the end, but he's going to need some support from the lower order. And Padmore, I think, getting a bit over-ambitious with that final delivery, looking for a big shot into the onside. So he could very well, I think Bob would want to get down the track as the coach and the senior player here to get down the wicket, have a chat with his young gun and explain to him that his role is really to support.
Well, Bibby has bowled his 4, which means that we're definitely going to have a change from this pavilion end. And it's going to be Benetton Stapleton into the attack now.
Another one of the medium pace almost a quartet. If we look at it, there's Martin, there is Bibby, there is Stapleton, and I think one more pace or medium pacer in the St. Vincent and the Grenadines lineup. Having seen them play a couple of times, yesterday the batters really enjoyed themselves, and then restricting the BVI to just 84, really overpowering the inexperienced British Virgin Islands police team, Royal BVI police force team. So Stapleton with his first ball, he's the 5th bowler introduced by the SVG captain.
Yeah, just asking Stapleton to hold a moment.
So we were talking about Denver earlier, and I talked about the Dream 11 T10. That tournament, actually, the 5th edition of that tournament, are scheduled to come off just in a matter of time, just a matter of the 10th of April, I mean, next week.
And an easy catch being offered. So Stapleton is in, and with his first ball, he picks a pepper.
Well, I dare say that the shot was on. It was a short delivery of no real merit outside the off stump, giving him all the room he wanted, and Rashid Padmore played the correct shot. What he didn't do correctly, though, was to execute it properly and got the top edge and offered a catch to the tall fielder there at backward point. Catching that ball was Maloney, Desmond Maloney, the captain of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side. Ball traveling over his head, but pulling it in with both hands. Short delivery outside the off stump, and Padmore guilty of pulling his body away from the shot as he played it, rather than taking the body into the shot, dragging away to the onside, looking for power more so than control, and as I said, not playing his role to support Larry Babb. And Stapleton celebrates a wicket with his very first delivery.
Yeah, things just getting better and better if you're supporting St. Vincent and the Grenadines here this morning. Day number 4 of action in the Regional Police Cricket Tournament. This contest, the first match of the day between Barbados and St. Vincent. Venice Vaughan is now at the crease, and he's greeted with a short and a wide one, and probably gets away maybe with one there. Did Stapleton.
So a number of the players here in this match, along with Kadeem Aline actually. Kadeem Aline will be flying down to St. Vincent for that Dream 11 VPL, Vinci Premier League, playing for the Salt Pond Breakers. Kadeem Aline has been there before, so he's known to a number of these Vinci players.
At this time, signal wide by the umpire.
Still opting to go short into the wicket outside the off stump. Again, encouraged by the bounce and carry that they would have seen the Vincentian bowlers, the fast bowlers in particular. Just Vaughan, and after him, Alva Alexander left in the police lineup.
Going for the pace on there. Really seen some good pace on offer from this SVG side. They've brought some quick ones to Barbados, you have to say.
Do you think that it's particularly the bowlers bowling from the northern end? Have we noticed but then again, what's happened? Again, a deliberate ploy, because of the nature of the slope from that southern end. You recognize that the faster bowlers have been employed from this northern end, and the spinners have operated from the south. So we can't even compare, because none of the pacers came from that end.
Should be called the wide it is by umpire Laborde. Hailing from the Twin Island Republic of Trinidad and Tobago. Had her first outing yesterday in that super over match of Barbados versus Grenada. Went down to the wire. 17 was scored by Grenada in the super over, and in reply Barbados could only muster 7 for 1. It was an exciting contest. Who knows, might have another super over today. Well, he's got a hold of that, he's got all of that, and it's gone for a massive one.
Well, going with the wind, you can almost say gone with the wind is Venice Vaughan, as that one again pitched in short, but on this time the bowler getting it a bit straighter. Previously the short deliveries had been just outside the off stump and pushing further away, but this one a lot straighter, and Vaughan able to get into his wicket, get on top of it, and once you get the ball airborne, hitting towards that western side, you're almost guaranteed that the ball will carry over the rope.
Makes the adjustment quite nicely on that occasion. Vaughan brings Larry Babb back into strike. He's not had much strike recently.
Very well handled though by young Vaughan for coming in at number 10. And that was not the stroke of a number 10 batsman at all. Showing really good technique, softening his hands and keeping his eyes on the ball, dropping it away into the slips and actually picking up a single.
The final delivery of the 15th over. And it's walloped. That is 6 to end number 15. That also brings up the 100 for the Barbados Police Service after 15, 102 for 8.
Well, again, 2 straight short Larry Babb with his powerful forearms, just getting under it and helping it over the onside. And once again, the advantage of hitting towards the western side of the ground, and that one over the rope. 6 runs. Larry Babb would appreciate that, and the Barbados team.
They certainly will appreciate that. They'll be hoping for a lot more as we get into the business end of this inning. Just having a swing at it. It was on a length, and it was deposited, in to the road. 102 for 8, 5 overs left, as I now make way for Andrew Mason.
As we head into the death, Larry Bob, he will have to carry a lot of the weight if the police team are able to improve their position. Not very well placed at 102 for 8 with some 5 overs left. He has so far been the top scorer with 20. Bob at the top of the innings, 14. Short, 13. Sargent, 11. Aline, 10. Albert, also 10. The double-figure contributors for the police team. But it's going to be a desperate death overs period for them, with only the 2 wickets in hand, Andrew, and police would hopefully look to push this total at least to 140, 150.
Well, certainly Bob can do it, but he needs partners to stay with him, and that has not been the case. The Barbados Police Service in danger of being bowled out within the 20 overs here, but we shall see. Here we go. It's Stapleton, or is it Denver?
Denver, the off spinner.
So Bob has got strike here, 103 for 8. It's gone through the field, that's gone for 4. Well, we've spoken about the good feeling from the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force, but that went straight to the fielder, and that's gone away for 4. Welcome boundary for Barbados, 107 for 8.
Well, yeah, guilty of being a bit too relaxed. I thought that fielder. The outfield has not been the smoothest, and he did get a bit of a bad bounce. But again, as far as technique is concerned, not getting enough of his legs and his feet behind the ball actually going between his legs into the boundary.
So what will the approach be like for Larry Babb here? Is he going to be calculated? Is he going to go for broke? I think he should just wait for that bad ball. He's got to stay there. He's got 24 from 15 with 2 4s and 2 6s. But it's important that he stays there from Barbados' perspective.
Well, obviously, yeah, he can't leave any of these batsmen out there, for sure. And I think it is imperative that Barbados seek to bat out the remainder of the overs, whatever happens.
Well, he's going to get a run here. And also importantly, just 1 ball to come. He's got to try and farm the bowling as well. Don't know about Venice Vaughan. Is he a bit of a batsman as well? Do you know him?
Well, he can handle a bat.
He can handle a bat.
He can handle a bat. He knows which end of the bat to hold.
So he's no rabbit.
He's not exactly, not exactly a rabbit.
Okay,
maybe a bunny.
He's a bunny. Let's see what happens. Well, he looks pretty capable coming onto the front foot. And knowing his role, just playing the ball up towards mid-off to end the over. 16 gone, 108 for a loss of 8 Barbados.
Well, yes, and you said Vaughan so far has adapted very well. Looks to have a fairly decent technique. There we saw him onto the front foot to the off spinner. As Denver comes to the end of his spell, so 4 overs for 26 runs and a wicket, Kenneth Denver. So the Barbados team would, I suspect, be happy to see him off. And as we keep mentioning, Larry Babb is going to be the key cog in the police wheel from here as to where this innings actually goes.
Yeah, I agree with that. There's no doubt about that. And I still think that Barbados may want to tweak their batting order as well, because, you know, Babb is the kind of player that you need to have batting. There's no doubt about that. A bit disappointed in Stefan Gooden today. I know him pretty well, having played for my club for a couple of years, St. Catharines. And first ball, I couldn't quite understand what he was doing. Anyhow, the action continues. We start over number 17. It's Stapleton, the bowler.
Stapleton guilty of getting a couple of deliveries wrong, a couple of short deliveries, too straight, and hit for boundaries in the latter half of his first over, in which he also picked up, well, actually picked up a wicket with his very first delivery.
Well, that went through with a bit of pace. Well, the groundsman here, Mr. Newsom, I was speaking to him earlier, and, well, it's not the first time I've been to the ground. Of course, it's the first time that we're doing commentary, but the pitch seems to be one that's got some pace in it.
But yes, a very well kept surface. I think they take a lot of pride in the surface here at the Lears ground. I've been around here a few times in the recent past.
Well, he decided to take a single and expose Vaughan.
Almost reluctantly, it
Yeah,
seems.
he did. Yeah, he was in two minds there. So Mr. Newsom is the curator. They don't call him groundsman anymore, and he's done a wonderful job. Maybe they should take this pitch and take it to Kensington. It's got lots of bounce. I'm very impressed with it.
Actually, he says he's the turf technician.
Oh, he's a turf technician. Okay. Oh, that's very well played by Vaughan. Coming onto the front foot, driving the ball quite nicely. Elbows well caught. Got into the line nicely. Played a lovely floating drive.
Definitely not looking like a number 10.
So I suppose that Larry Babb should have some confidence in him. But this is a good pitch. I think the Cupid Cavaliers that they play here, side that would have given my team St. Catherine's a couple of difficulty. I remember that second division final at Queen's Park. So just another single. Quiet over so far. And of course, this is the time when you want to push on, but the problem is you don't have many wickets in the bag. So in terms of projection, 111 for 8. We're winding down over number 17. What kind of score you think Barbados will be looking for here, Wayne?
Well,
Can you tell me?
nothing less than 140, I would want to suggest.
Yep. Well, we'll see. So Venice Vaughan, what a name to have, Venice, VV. Let's see what happens here. Well, he's hit that ball in the air, and it's gone for 6. Well, he went after it. It was in the air for a long time and went over the fielder at long on. That's a welcome boundary. He was flirting with danger, and he got away with that.
Well, I almost said he was getting a bit over-ambitious, but again, hitting with the wind, getting under that ball, and the man at long on for a long time there, he was clearing that front leg and playing that slug shot ball. The fielder on the long on boundary for a long time had some interest in it, but eventually saw it going over his head and just clearing it too. But a good strike by Vaughan and a welcome runs for Police.
Yeah, you're right about that. So 3 overs are left, 117 for 8, a partnership that so far realized 30 important runs as well, lest we forget.
Well, yes, and I said Vaughan is actually a bit out of place. So looking at what we've seen, probably could have come there at that number 9 position. But I think Venice Vaughan, a product of the Allen School. I'm not so sure if he's a St. Andrew person. I'll ask somebody who might probably know Venice Vaughan. Is he a St. Andrew? I know he's an Allen School student, but is he himself out of St. Andrew?
Well, the name Vaughan is synonymous with St. Andrew.
With St. Andrew.
Yeah, so maybe he's from Belplain. You never know. Well, we'll certainly find out that.
Shorey Village is there.
Oh, Shorey Village. So he takes a single off the first ball, Bab. Had he been going quickly, might have contemplated a second. But I suppose now he's got the confidence in Vaughan.
Well, yeah, definitely he has reposed a lot more confidence in the young man. And I think he's earned that privilege, Vaughan.
But he's also got to be calculated in his stroke play as well. There's no need to flirt with danger, in my view. And he's bowled him when he was in two minds. The ball went between bat and pad, middle stump disturbed, and Vaughan departs. More success for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force, Barbados, 118 for 9.
Well, reaching onto the front foot, but guilty of leaving a gap, opening the gate more or less. And Dylan Douglas, who has just come on to bowl, finding that gate, bursting through and hitting the middle stump. So definitely playing down the wrong line. Young Vaughan here, he is on the front foot, just the ball pitching perfect off spinner's dismissal, ball pitching down just outside the off stump. The batsman playing the line.
And look at that
watch the
celebration.
celebration.
Oh my golly.
From Dylan Douglas.
There's someone in the
young Sinclair.
Kevin Sinclair.
Kevin Sinclair.
Ian Bishop doesn't like it. When he sees it, he says, "Oh my
Well,
God."
that was not as clean a version as Sinclair's.
Well, he's flirted with injury there, but good piece of bowling. Stopping Barbados a little bit there, 118 for 9. Every run is important.
We're down to the last man, Alva Alexander.
Okay, so let's see what he can do.
Whom I saw for the first time last season in a local domestic competition.
Can he bat? Can he bat?
Well, I didn't actually see him bat.
He saw him bowl.
I think I got there a bit too late. He didn't last long enough.
All right.
But I did see him bowl, yes. Bowl some stiff medium pace.
Here's Douglas looking to wrap it up here. And they look for the single, and we'll get it too. And that is as a result of some poor fielding by the field at short point. Had he picked up and thrown, I think Bob might have been struggling.
Well, yes, but he would first of all have to see what he was picking up, because immediately as he took off, one could see his gaze towards the batsman, not looking at the ball below him. And there was no surprise that he didn't pick it up cleanly.
There's a short third man in place now. The mid wicket has been pulled away. There's Bob winding up for the big hit, but then I think he recognized that they're no more behind. As the horse racing commentator in Barbados would say, no more turns. 119 for 9. Oh, good work. Will they come back for the second year? No, they won't. Fielder down there got a bad bounce, but he kept his eyes on it and prevented 4.
Shortest man on the field. I think that's Hooper at deep square leg. Yes, it is. And leaping into the air and pulling it down, because that one looked like 4 all the way.
No, the last ball is about to be bowled here. Babas had a chat with Alexandra. I would imagine he's saying to him, just play it out, don't get out. And aggressively, St. Vincent, they've got the slip in now. Maybe the arm ball will come along, we shall see. Makes sense to play the ball into the offside and give Bab the strike. So, 18 gone, Barbados 120 for 9.
Well, police holding on now by the fingernails, you can say, with all of 2 overs to bowl at 120 for 9. Well, we will never know if it is enough until the St. Vincent team bats, but at the moment 120 on this ground, on this pitch, I don't think looking like a suitable total or defendable total, as we look at that Barbados, paltry looking Barbados scorecard again. Larry Bob standing out with his knock of 29. Vaughan getting 15 to be the second highest scorer, batting at number 10.
Well, I really think that Bab should not bat at 7 in this side. I mean, I said it earlier. I mean, he's got too much experience. And you note with interest in the game yesterday, faced a couple of balls. I think he's got to bat her in this side. Sometimes teams get it wrong in the construct of the batting order.
Well, you know, Andrew, in this T20 format these days now, you have situations where players have specific roles.
Oh, I see.
Specific roles. I think Bob will be seen as something of a finisher.
Oh, really?
In T20.
But he's got to have something to finish with. I really think he needs to bat her in this order, I must admit. Lovely shot by Bab. Welcome, boundary. That's gone for 6. Well played, Bab.
Picked up length ball from the bowler Stapleton, and picked up by Bab once again, as we keep emphasizing the hitting towards the western side of the ground. So much easier. Wants to get that ball airborne. The breeze is quite stiff, and as we see it again, just as I said, a length ball. It actually started outside the all stump, and Bob getting onto the front foot, getting low, bending that back knee, and lifting it high over mid wicket, timing it well too, and the ball gone into maybe one of the residences along the highway here at Lears. think it has been retrieved from what we are seeing.
Yeah, you have to go over you got to go across the road. The traffic is pretty heavy in this area.
Allowed across by the ZR driver.
Yeah, you got to be careful. That ball went almost into Cane Garden, which is a very posh neighborhood to our right. But he hit that very well, as you say, took it from Southern
You have some good friends
very
in that
good friends indeed.
too.
I think Henry Wallace, the former chairman of selectors, lives in that area. Barry Wilkinson has got $1 million house there, I'm told.
Well, I know what I'm talking when they say you have good friends. I don't know how much the house is worth.
But by the way, in terms of the money, I understand someone actually won the jackpot last night. Was it you?
I was hearing it on the radio this morning,
Yeah,
but I didn't buy a ticket, and
you didn't buy a ticket?
Unfortunately.
Maybe Joel Manning did. Over 6 million, is it? 7 million. Oh, and you didn't buy a ticket?
And I didn't buy a ticket.
So the jackpot has been won in Barbados? Well, well, well.
Super Lotto.
Super Lotto. Here we go. That's it. In the air. Chance for catch. Catch taken. Innings completed. Bab goes. And in the final analysis, a very good effort on the part of St. Vincent and the Grenadines to restrict Barbados in over number 19 for 126. And they will feel it's the kind of score that they can go on to win the game, but we shall see. Bab going for that big drive. Went down to long off. The catch is taken. His innings comes to an end. 35 from 27 balls. And Barbados really under tremendous pressure here. The Barbados Police Service, having been inserted by the Grenada Police Force, under pressure from the very beginning in over number 19. In fact, 18 overs and 3 balls. Barbados all out for 126.
And having learned from his previous discretions, Benetton going full length on this occasion, and Bob probably guilty of expecting another short or at least length delivery, was on the back foot and driving with the weight on the back foot, and only succeeded in lifting it up to the fielder at the long off boundary. Hooper, who hasn't dropped anything so far, and took the easy catch. And the Vincentians will be the team going in with the momentum into the second innings with only 126, with only 127 they will require for victory and to maintain this winning streak which they are on. The Barbados team should be somewhat disappointed at not having even occupied the full allotment of 20 overs on what has been a tremendous, a very good surface for cricket. And at the moment, it is advantage St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as Andrew Mason has a very special guest for us.
Yes, indeed. Well, we're going to have a quick chat with the captain of the St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force, Desron Maloney. Hello, Desron. How are you?
Hey, I'm fine. Good afternoon.
You must be quite a happy man here,
yeah,
restricting Barbados for 126.
Yeah, I mean, good performance by the guys in the field. I mean, it was a difficult field to field on in the outfield because of the uneven bounce, but the guys stuck to the task and bowled to the plan, and we got the rewards that we wanted.
Tell us a bit about Darius Martin. Of course, he's in the Volcano setup. Didn't play in the matches, of course, when the pitches were slow, but he certainly bowled with some pace today.
Yeah, I mean, as your premier fast bowler, I mean, that's what we always expect from him. He's a guy that loves to put up his hand and take from the front. And the start that he gave us was just spectacular for us to push on through the innings.
And when we look at the bowling, if I can just have a chance quickly to see the bowling, certainly when you look at it, Martin, 3 overs, no winners done for 15, bowled beautifully. Lewis got among the wickets, 3 for 19. Bibby bowled well. Overall, it was a good effort on the part of the bowling side.
Yeah, it was a good bowling unit. I mean, one side of the field with the strong wind seemed to be the bigger side. So the house spinners bowled from that end and forced the batsman to hit against the wind, and the guys stuck to the task, as I said before.
The other thing too is that the side looks fit. I mean, you know, I'm big on this thing with fitness. I saw you play at Weymouth. You played very well. You're unbeaten in this competition, and you've come here to take back the title to St. Vincent, I'm sure.
Yeah, it's long overdue. I mean, it's been like 2 years since we won the last tournament, and the plan coming here was just to enjoy each other's success, and hopefully we can go go on and win the tournament for St. Vincent and the Grenadines Police Force.
Now, tell me about the pitch today. It had good bounce, and your off spinners got some turn and bounce as well.
Yeah, I mean, at the beginning of the game, we assessed the wicket and it had quite a lot of moisture in it.
Right.
So the plan was to win the toss and choose the ball for us. I mean, we didn't want to get carried away with the condition of the pitch. We still looked to hit the good areas, which Darius Martin did from the start. A bit of turn with Demba and Douglas in the end. I mean, Utley Lewis exploited the condition also. But the guys bowled well overall.
All right. This tournament has gone very well for you. You've not lost a game. And, of course, you've got the semi-finals on the weekend and the big finals coming up on April the 10th. Let's look at the preparation. You know, most of your police officers?
Yeah, we have two guys who are not police, but they play for the police club back home.
What are the names?
Dylan Douglas.
Dylan Douglas?
We have Utley Lewis, who is our guest player.
Who bowled so well today?
Yes, please.
All right. So in terms of preparation, how did it go before you came to Barbados?
We just finished playing the today's tournament home, which is the test match format. So as soon as that finished, we only had like a week and some to prepare for this white ball tournament. But I mean, at the end of the day, cricket is cricket.
Right.
And once you execute and play well, then you're going to always come out victorious.
Yes. And you've done very, very well. How's it been in Barbados so far? You've played here before. You've had the experience, of course, playing for the Windwards. How has it gone in terms of hospitality? You're enjoying Barbados?
Yeah, we're enjoying every bit of it. You know, it's a different atmosphere, and we're getting used to it. We're staying at Paragon.
Paragon.
Yeah.
How are the conditions at Paragon?
It's a beautiful place.
Beautiful place.
Very windy indeed.
It's a bit far by Barbadian standards, of course, in terms of mileage. I mean, you know, you go from here up to Paragon. That's about half an hour or so. Half an hour's drive.
Yeah, just about that. It's a bit windy up there though, so we're just making the best of it and looking to enjoy the hospitality here in
Right.
Barbados.
So and you've been to Barbados before, of course.
Yes, I've been here twice before.
Right. Okay. Now let's look, of course, quickly before you go. You got 126 for victory. You would think that you should win the game.
I mean, we're looking to break down the score as usual and take it step by step with the power play first, set ourselves little targets and look to bat in partnerships.
Well, I see. And you captain the police. Is there a police side in St. Vincent that plays in the elite competition there?
Yeah, we have two police clubs home, Police 1 and Police 2.
Okay. Anyone in Georgetown, my favorite part of St. Vincent?
No, but within close proximity of
Okay,
Georgetown, you have Byra and
Byra.
Parkhill, I think. Connery also.
Oh, Connery as well.
Yeah.
Wonderful. But I'm not going to take up too much of your time. I know you've got to prepare, of course, and strategize here. But one would think that you should go on to win this game. There's Ron Maloney.
Yes, at this point we are favourites, but we're just looking to play cricket the way that it's supposed to be played.
Leslie Prescott wants to say something to you. Just wondering. Okay, all right. So I thought that's something that we actually had to get on here. But I want to thank you very much indeed. How long have you been a policeman now?
7 years.
You're a police constable?
Constable, still a
but
constable.
I believe that when you win this, you may be promoted to inspector.
Should be, I hope.
The five-star general, my good friend, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez, I'm sure will ensure. Your good friends are certainly viewing it. I was speaking, of course, to Keswick Williams. He's very much watching the action. And I was speaking to Miles Bascom as well. He was actually telling me about young Darius Martin. And they would be very happy with the performance of the policemen coming from St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yes, indeed. They expect great things from us over here.
All right. Thank you very much. Well, we'll try and chat with you at the end of the match. The news then, as we take a little bit of a break. Of course, the commentators, we've got to take a break as well and get some water. The news is that the Barbados Police Service all out for 126 in 18 overs and 3 balls. And this represents a position of tremendous prominence for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines side. Earlier, Barbados never really got going. We saw bad bat in the middle making 35, 1 or 2 batsmen getting starts, but no going on. Good work from Darius Martin, bowling with some pace, none for 15, but Lewis got 3 for 19. Bibby got 3 for 30 from his 4. And towards the end, Douglas got 1 for 3 and Stapleton 2 for 30. So the magic number for St. Vincent and the Grenadines, 127. We'll take a break and come back in about 10 minutes. Please join us then.
Good morning and welcome back to this fabulous contest here at Lairs in St. Michael. We're in lovely Barbados with the Regional Police Tournament taking on the challenge today of Barbados versus St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Barbados, they batted first and they got up to 127 all out, bowled out in 18.3 overs. And well, SVG, an unbeaten side in this contest, they'll be looking at this and telling themselves that this is a good total to get. Starts on the mark. Alva Alexander getting things opened up for Barbados. Usually opting to start with Venice Vaughn, the left arm spinner instead. Going for some pace on the ball, and we've seen the Pacers be quite successful here at Lairs. As I say good afternoon once again to Wayne Holder.
Well, yes, we're seeing the first I'm seeing in the tournament of Alva Alexander, heavy set, medium fast bowler. Did get a peep at him during the local season last year. Reminds one of Sisala Magala, the South African medium fast bowler.
That's going to be the first runs off the bat. Always good to start in the runs column in comparison to the wickets column, Wayne.
Well, yes, and the Barbados team definitely are going to need to get among the wickets quite early if they're going to defend this rather modest total that they made.
That one just keeping a bit low. We've seen for the majority of the day balls getting up from the seamers. A lot of shots being played off the back foot, especially batting from that end here today.
Yes, all the fast bowlers operated from this end of the ground. And each of them would have been the recipients of good, generous bounce and carry.
And easy single for Brown. So both openers off the mark yesterday. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines were able to get up to that mammoth 270 for one in their 20 overs. They won't need all of that today, not even half of that.
Well, they would just need the runs made by, let's say, Desron Maloney. I think it was, yes, Desron Maloney. He made 105 not out, I think. They would just need that alone, and that should do the job.
Well, the funny thing about cricket is you can't pack up the runs and bring them to the following picnic.
Yes, you're starting all over again. Start at zero every time.
Keeping things relatively tight. 5 deliveries gone in this first over, just 2 runs from it.
You know, we talk about the bounce in this track. I was speaking to someone with a bit of local knowledge, and they suggested to me that the pitch tends to slow down as you go further into the day. So that's a feature that we're keeping an eye out for.
We certainly keep our eyes on that, but currently keeping our eyes on the score at the end of 1, 2 without loss.
Well, good steady start by Alexander, keeping the batsmen honest at the opening pair for the SVG side. New batter at the top today as Salvan Brown. I think I recall yesterday it was Rickford Walker opening the batting with Captain Maloney. So that represents something of a change at the top of the order for the SVG side today. Walker, I think he got the team off to a very brisk start. He was the one batsman dismissed in that carnage that operated here at Lairs yesterday. And one actually had some sympathy for the BVI bowlers.
Well, it was a bit of a runs fest, you would have to think. 270 in 120 balls. Probably had to replace quite a few of them as well yesterday.
For the first time, we're going to see pace from the southern end. So that'll be interesting to look at.
Coming up that hill, chugging up that slope, taking it on I believe it will be Rashid Padmore. Wants some work to be done by Gooding. He does it well.
Getting that one into the batsman, angling down the leg side. Just helped away for a couple. Look at that lovely backdrop with the mahogany trees in the distance. Lots of construction work going on in that area also. I think some repairs being done to the highway there.
Lawrence didn't have the best, Padmore didn't have the best of starts yesterday. He was taken out. And that is certainly going to be called away, but brilliant work by Albert behind the stumps.
What does that remind you of, Joel, that movement by Albert? Doesn't it remind you of a goalkeeper?
It does, to be honest.
This man was a former Barbados national goalkeeper, Mario Alberts, bring his goalkeeping skills to the fore here.
Oh, a missed field. It was something that we saw quite a bit yesterday by Barbados, allowing Grenada to really get the start, the rocket start that they had yesterday. They want to pick up and really make amends on those types of mistakes, especially with a total of just 127 to get today.
The culprit there, none other than the captain, Joel. Leading by example, the police will hope not to follow that example. I did say the police, sometimes we locals would tend to refer to this team as police because basically this is the side who represents the Barbados police in the local competitions, particularly the Division 1 level. Remembering that this is now a regional tournament.
And as such, everybody is a police.
And yes, that's exactly it.
Another wide there, so not a good start by Padmore. I did mention that yesterday versus Grenada, his first 2 overs weren't necessarily ones that he would want to remember on that particular occasion. It was Linton Lawrence that took him out. Lawrence actually got 75 off of 39 deliveries yesterday at the top of the order for Grenada and got them off to what was a rocket of a start. Well, this could be a chance. And it's a chance not accepted. Alexander puts it down. And how much will they rule that mistake?
Not an easy catch, but the fact that this level one would expect it to be taken, haven't gotten in and gotten both hands to it, at decent height to it. It wasn't that he was scraping the ground when he got there. He got there with time to spare, but his hands were hard as the ball went in. Delivery outside the off stump, going further away and having a big swing, the ball coming off the bottom edge of the bat, and diving forward was Alexander and unable to hold on. Chance gone a-begging.
And they pay. Oh my goodness gracious me, that is delightful.
That is a shot becoming of a man with first-class experience. That delivery short outside the off stump and hammered by Maloney. I think we deserve to have another look at that. That's a shot that we should have another look at. But Padmore asking for trouble when she dropped short outside that off stump. And Maloney off the back foot, cracking it. Here it is again.
Short. After 12, and I must say, on the stroke of lunch, that looks like a plate of food. Delightful, sumptuous, everything that you would want to delight in. It was brilliant from Maloney.
Gorgeous cricket shot.
Prompts a change in the field. Now the man at cover goes on to the boundary. The man from fine leg comes up. And they get a single to close out the second over after 2-14 without loss.
Well, St. Vincent and the Grenadines pushing on a bit more in that second over after a fairly quiet over by Alexander from this end. And I think all who are here at this ground will remember that back drive for a long time, I can tell you. And a real connoisseur's delight, that particular shot. But Padmore would have come into this tournament basically as the chief spearhead of the Barbados police attack, having had a very good season locally last year, and a lot would have been expected of him. But early days yet.
Well, after putting on that catch at third man, Alexander comes back into the attack for his second over.
Toss.
And it's put down again. The second chance gone a begging. This time the culprit, Kadeem Aline.
No, that is a very disappointing miss, Kadeem Aline. 9 out of every 10 times I would bargain for him to take that catch with his eyes closed. It was hit fairly powerfully, but it came at good height, and he had a lot of time to see that ball coming towards him, got both hands to it, and spilled the offer.
But this time he strikes. Now the Bills go flying, and that's wicket number 1.
Well, not asking any of his fielders for any help is Alexander, getting that one right on the target, and a big wild woof coming from the SVG captain, Deswan Maloney. What a contrast to that shot that we were describing in the previous over, but here was an ugly woof if ever there was one. Bad approach there from the skipper, and his stumps dismissed. Successful Alexander. He feel a lot better. Here he is, Alexander, and coming across his wicket first of all, opening that front leg, looking for that big hoik, head in the air, missed into the middle and off stumps, and Maloney comes back. Alexander would have given himself something of a reprieve now with that very, very important wicket.
Yeah, certainly giving himself a reprieve and giving Barbados a shot at restricting St. Vincent and the Grenadines here. Maloney goes for 6. The score 14-1.
The other century maker, Joel, from yesterday, Dylan Douglas, fills the week. So one century maker goes, the other one comes.
Well, these tries to decrease full of confidence. Can he restart or even continue from that innings yesterday? Time will tell. Ball in the hand of Alexander. He's tails up. The wind is blowing quite beautifully here at Lears. The crowd continues to grow. Oh, and he says, my time is now, and that's going to run away into the boundary 4 to get things started for Dylan Douglas.
Well, that is an indication of the kind of confidence of which you spoke. Pitched up delivery and onto the front foot. Not executing as cleanly as he might. That ball dragged away from the off stump into the onside of the inner part of the bat, but having enough power in the shot and making a good enough connection to get it past the man at mid-on, Kadeem Allen, chasing for all his worth, but he'll only go to retrieve.
And most things coming towards us, this pavilion direction, coming with the wind, and the outfield has been running fast. So not much chance for the fielders to catch up with it as long as the ball is past them. Well, make that a double delight, a double scoop.
Well, if you call that overcompensating, the previous delivery he was pitching up and being driven, so he decided to pull his length back, but got it a bit too straight on the hip, and Douglas, as I mentioned again, a man in form, helps himself to another boundary. Buffet bowling, if you call it that. Eat what you want.
Well, he's Dylan Douglas, 2 Ds and a double delight, 2 back-to-back. 4s, what will he do here? His third delivery. And he tries to go again, not getting the connection that he wanted. I dare say, had he gotten that, that would have been a lost ball.
Well, yes, heading towards the mid-on, not playing across the delivery. I think he was undone a bit by the bounce of that delivery, striking him somewhere up into the waist area. Probably with the ball coming off the inside edge of the bat also. So he has immediately declared his intentions, Douglas.
And what that shot does is prompts a change in the field now. So the man at deep backward square leg, a man at deep mid wicket. The final delivery of this over. And it should probably just be one. In fact, they get two. That's fantastic running from this pair to close out 3, 24 for 1.
Well, yes, putting pressure on the field. There, the pair of Douglas and Brown. That one, again, one peeling off the inner half of the bat. And the ball traveling straight to seal that deep square leg, but he didn't pick it up cleanly. And as a result, the two batters seizing on the opportunity to come quickly back for the second run.
Yeah, I just think maybe he thought to himself that it would have been just a comfortable single, and he didn't really attack the ball. Obviously, we've seen some unfavorable bounce at times on this surface. A bit dry, the outfield. We're into that period where we've not really got much rain in Barbados, but maybe could have gone in a bit quicker just to ensure that there was no second run on offer.
And at least send a message to the batters that, yes, you are coming into the ball, you're attacking the ball. I think that is where they picked up that he was lagging back and decided, well, look, this is two.
Forcing him back there is Padmore chugging up that very steep incline.
A bit more effort there from Padmore, noticeably. I think he would have gotten that wake-up call in his first over.
He went for 12 in his first. He'll be hoping that he can pull things back. As you mentioned, Barbados Police Service will be looking for him to probably pick up 1 or 2 wickets in this spell.
Yes, just a bit of back of a length, those first 2 deliveries. Forcing the batter Brown onto the back foot, both occasions. 3 men saving 1 on the offside.
Peels off the outer edge of the bat. We're still into the power play overs. This is just over number 4 being bowled. The 2 men out, man sweeping on the cover boundary, a man at third man in Alexander that just did the fielding.
So this gives us an indication of the possible approach by Padmore. He's not going to be looking to get too full, and he's going to be lining his deliveries around that off stump and outside. At least that is what he would want to be doing.
Sharp stuff. Good cricket all around it. You would have to say on that particular occasion.
You're getting a single, but an excellent delivery from Padmore. That one appeared to be darting back in to the right-handed batsman from outside off and pulling the bottom hand away, playing what we used to call back in the day an off-for-me shot, keeping it out of the body line.
Yeah, certainly not affording much room outside that off stump. And this over is Padmore. Good stuff from him. 3 deliveries, or rather 4 deliveries bowled so far. Oh, but he spoiled it, and that is glorious, and that is 6.
The umpire is actually signaling 4, much to the chagrin of the SVG players and supporters.
And signal 6 now by the umpire. It was a gorgeous shot from Salvin Brown.
Outside the off stump, giving himself some room is Brown on that occasion and getting it clean off the middle of the bat, slapping it square of the wicket, the ball clearing the boundary at deep point.
We did say he wouldn't want to give this pair much room outside of the off stump. Guilty on that occasion and paying the ultimate price.
Yes, I think it was almost looked like a premeditated shot by Brown.
Pulls back his length to close it out. 8 runs coming from the over, 32 for 1.
Well, yes, and both of these batsmen now beginning to flow. Again, the confidence of the St. Vincent and the Grenadine side very, very apparent.
Having scored 270, I'll be beaming with joy.
Well, yes, and having won all 3 of their matches also, I think that would lead to a feeling of comfort for this side, and having had that familiarity with the ground here with that match yesterday. Although I'm not so sure how many of the police players, despite being local, would have had the experience of playing at this ground. I came along as a youngster seeing this cricket ground. It used to be occupied by a team playing in the Barbados Cricket League called a Cyclone. And I think that even the present team, Cupid Cavaliers, would have had their beginnings in the BCL.
Well, this looks to be coming down. A little bit of a bubble, gets his body behind it. There does Kadeem Alim, following what we consider to be the basics.
A lot of right hand we see being exhibited by Douglas. This is not the first time we've seen him go into the drive and the ball because of that very powerful bias to the right hand, dragging the ball into the onside.
Score continues to tick along.
That's all the Vincentians really need. No need for any special theatrics. Just keep turning the strike over, and the next thing you look around is 120.
Well, given a gift and a gift accepted. Boom, bang, bang, that's 4.
Full toss hit down the ground with a matter of disdain by Douglas. Perfectly straight, but that was an offering, full pitch delivery, just easing onto the front foot. And this young man going with a lot of power at everything. He's really throwing the effort into his shots. And he hit that one powerfully, flat, back over the head of the bowler. And skidding into the boundary on the first bounce. We see it here.
Yeah, I didn't have to do much with that one. Just power required to get it back down the ground. The mid on now drops back to long on a man at deep mid wicket. We're into over number 5. Woo woo! 6 more to the total. And they are continuing on in fine fashion.
Well, the Vincentians must be saying, Dylan Douglas, you beauty, you. He can do nothing wrong. Short delivery, seemed to have been deceived by the lack of bounce on that occasion, but he managed to get deep into his crease, get up the middle of the batter onto it. There it is, from outside the off stump and well over square leg. The ball traveling quickly for another maximum to him. So he is definitely on the go, and the flow is with him. The ball has actually gone into the shop on the other side of the highway, or well, not actually into the shop, but in the area of that establishment. So we've seen the players disappear behind the building. As the total up to 44. But this guy Douglas yesterday really put his foot to the pedal against the attack, against a different attack today, and he has seamlessly picked up from where he left off.
But it doesn't matter who has the ball in hand. Dylan Douglas is going to take the attack to them. That ball easing into one of the many rum shops that we have here in Barbados. Probably needed a beverage, probably needed to cool off from this onslaught and the attack.
Yes, blazing sunshine. Although the breeze is nice, a dusty environment because of I suspect it has a lot to do with the construction work being done along the highway. Although Barbados has been subject to quite a lot of, I should say, dust, not only dust, but smoke coming out of the many cane and the bushfires with the environment being as dry as it has been.
Well, the ball has made its way back onto the field in the hand of Alexander. And it goes from whence it came. Oh my days, oh my goodness gracious me.
When we thought it couldn't get better, we get the best. Pitched up, and that's the 50, Joel. 50 from 31 deliveries. That one disappears into the bush at the northern end of the ground. pitched up on the front foot and smoked. We were just talking about the smoke from the fires, bushfires. Joel, that one was smoked back over the head of the bowler. And as I mentioned, he is continuing to get even better in his stroke play. 50 from 31 deliveries, 4 fours and 3 sixes, coming in only the 5th over.
This is delightful because that, my friends, is gone as well.
6 more into orbit. Alexander guilty of pitching up into the slot, and this time that one was set with even less effort. Though it was just a matter of timing, getting under the ball and just easily timing it beautifully and lifting it high over the pavilion here at the northern end of the ground. And this guy, Dylan Douglas, has really brought this crowd to life. And I'm so suspect those of you listening,
Understanding the conditions quite well, batting from that end, knowing that as long as you get the elevation on it, the wind will take it the rest of the distance. And well, the wind is carrying them in this inning so far. 56 for 1 in 5. It's been an exhibition of the highest order thus far from Dylan Douglas and St. Vincent and the Grenadines, as I now make way for Andrew Mason.
well, making this chase look ever so easy. Any thoughts that the Barbados police have of forging a chance in this game, giving themselves an opportunity to peg the Vincentians, but have been sent amiss by particularly Douglas after losing the wicket of their captain in I think the 3rd over of the innings. But young Douglas has come to the wicket and he has taken over. He has basically manhandled the police attack. As I say, welcome to Andrew Mason.
Yeah, and they're very much on their way here, 56 for 1. But I do question the tactics of the captain of the police side. I don't know you would want to bowl Alexander for 3 straight. Is he fit enough to bowl 3 straight? From the 2nd over, he seemed to be struggling, and he barely got through the last over. And I just get the feeling that police reckon that the pace will do it, but the spin also did well. And now they're going to bring Stephen Gooden into the attack when the game is well advanced, 56 for 1, but we shall see. But on the evidence of what we've seen so far, the rate required is 4.73. They're currently scoring at 11.20, and one would think that with 71 to get from 15 overs, the St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force should win in the canter. But we shall see.
Well, in the sunshine of Lears.
Yeah. So it's going to be good in. Lot to think about for the police side. They're the defending champions. But he's after Gooden. He's making no sport. Brown and hitting the ball high over the top of long off. That's gone for 6.
Well, good afternoon, Mr. Gooding. As he flighted this one up, floated it up more or less, and Brown down the track, getting under it and lifting it high over those mahogany trees on the far end of the ground, over the other side of the roadway, as we see with his first delivery. Generous flight from Gooding down the track, opening up, giving himself room, and swinging his arms through it, the ball going high over the long off position, and another maximum to the police, to the St. Vincent side. The 5th 6 of the inning so far to go with some 4-4. So they have been doing it in boundaries, this St. Vincent and the Grenadine side.
Yeah, very confident indeed. We spoke to the captain at the break, and he's confident that they'll go on to not only win this game, but win the championship. And from what I've seen so far, I mean, cricket is a funny game, Barbados will have to do some work. Another poor delivery and put away. Just on this occasion, the Barbados side is rattled here.
Well, he got away with that one, and as you said, a rather poor delivery short. And I think that Brown guilty of looking to hit it a bit too hard, looking for a bit too much power. As the 50 partnership in only 18 deliveries coming up, 3 4s and 5 maximums. This pair has really put the Barbadian bowlers to the sword.
Well, they played against the Grenada police force yesterday, and several of their players would have, well, do in fact play for Grenada, and a couple would have played for the Windwards as well. So these are good cricketers.
Oh, yeah, we can say
And they
something.
cannot be underestimated.
Yeah, we can say similarly of the St. Vincent side. I think this name, Salvon Brown, another one of those names with which I'm familiar from the Dream 11 Vinci Premier League T10 competition. A few of these players have been following that competition over the years. And this Salvon Brown is a name with which I have become familiar.
Look at that, lovely use of the feet.
Beautiful.
That looked very good. He didn't get a run for it, but not often that you see the West Indian batsman dance, and he really looked very good as he played that into the offside.
Reminded me of this Sunil Gavaskar
Yep.
back in the 70s.
Yeah.
Full toss.
And that's gone as well. Poor delivery, put away.
Poor fielding too.
Long on, couldn't stop it. And that's gone for 4. Barbados are really in big trouble here.
Hit with some power though. Fielder coming around to his left, getting both hands to it as we see the full delivery. Again, using his feet, making it into a full toss and hitting it straight, powerfully on the bounce to that man coming around from long on.
More runs, 4 more. Feel that wide long off, can't get across in time. That's gone to the boundary. Very expensive over. Some 16 coming from Goodin's first over at the end of 6. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force are racing to victory. They're 72 for 1.
Once again, Gooding guilty of being too full. Down the track comes Brown, and this time opening up the offside. One can see him deliberately getting to the pitch of that ball and then seeking that gap wide of the mid-off fielder. And the ball hit powerfully, much too strong for that man, who goes tumbling away but unable to stop it. So that over an expensive one, 16 after the 24 runs of the previous over. It's all SVG police.
Yep, they're doing well. And 6 overs gone, 72 for 1. The first power play, and really it represents a very strong position for them. Pretty decent crowd has gathered here as well, despite the fact that Barbados' game is at 10. Lovely country area.
You know this gentleman, Andrew?
There's a gentleman?
This gentleman, Orlando Jackson, man, former Windward Islands leg spinner.
Oh, yes. Hello, Jackie. Nice to see you. All right.
I encourage you to have a word with him before we finish.
Is he the manager of the side?
Coach.
Oh, coach. Let's have a word with him now. I'm sure we will. Orlando, how are you doing? Nice to have you. Take your time, take your time. I know you're so excited. Your side is doing very well, Mr. Jackson.
Yeah, pleasant good day to each and everyone here.
Yeah. So after this delivery, we'll certainly have a chat with you. Have a seat. Take your time, take your time. You know, they say is take your time and hurry up. Hey, have you ever heard that? All right. Of course, you're very much on YouTube. Your fellow Vincentian is going to listen to you shortly. First ball is wide, called the wide. Now, how do you explain this? You've done so well in the competition. Tell me, what have you been doing right?
To be honest, we've been playing as a team. We've been playing, competitive cricket. All these guys are very, very competitive, even in warm-ups. So they take it over into the game. So that's basically it.
And against Barbados, the defending champions, it looks as if you're going to rip them apart. You won the toss on a pitch that has some in it. You decided to bowl first and restricted Barbados to 126.
Well, yeah, I believe the first part of the wicket was a bit, slow, but the wicket gets a bit better now.
It's better for batting now, huh?
Now, yeah.
Right. All right. Tell us about some of your players, though. I mean, let's start with Desron Maloney, of course. He's a name that is known to us. And let's talk about Douglas, who certainly has batted very well. We'll just talk about him pretty shortly. So Douglas is a policeman as well?
Yeah, no, but actually Douglas is from my era. Actually, I coach him from a kid.
So, and your area is?
Chester and Byron. Chester Cottage and Byron. And
Byron. Is that close to the city?
No, that's way far in the country.
Is that in Georgetown?
Right, close to
I know Georgetown well. Yes, I had some property in Georgetown. I sold it.
He's a very promising player, to be honest.
Very promising.
Confidence of himself at all
Yeah.
time.
And of course, let's look at someone like Brown. He's on 30 from 19. What part of St. Vincent is he from?
He's from even further.
Where is that?
That's way country onto the Carib territory.
Carib territory?
Yeah, he's from Owea,
Owea.
which is closer to you guys.
Okay.
Yeah, in St. Lucia, yeah.
So he can go and see the whales.
No, the whales is way back way.
I'm just kidding. Full toss by the bowler. And in fact, it's a no ball called by the umpire.
Actually, Brown.
Yeah, that was a full toss, too high. And umpire Lambert, the host from Chiguanas in Trinidad, has done a good job so far. She's been rather busy, giving some leg before decisions today. Look pretty plumb as well. This Barbados side, they got a lot of work to do if they're going to win this championship, I can assure you. And he bowls a wide. So the free hit, big umpire calling a wide. So the preparation, pretty good for your side.
Yeah, actually, back home, we were doing a lot of work, in terms of physically to get some of these guys up to scratch, because their job police is very busy on their behalf. So
Yeah.
we've been doing a lot of work lately.
But that's gone a long way. Over, long off. Carnage continues. Another 6. And the Barbados side, they've been questioned. And one would suggest that after the question, they may be arrested. And I would think the jailing is going to come pretty soon. This has been a very ordinary performance by Barbados. Commissioner Boyce, you've got some work to do with your side. What's the name of the commissioner in St. Vincent?
That's Mr. Miller.
Mr. Miller?
Yeah.
Is he a Vincentian?
Yes.
Oh,
actually, he's a
with the name
Vincentian.
Miller. M-I-L-L-E-R?
Something like from South Africa, you think?
Hello to Commissioner Miller. I'm sure he's watching the stream.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, Colin John. Sorry. It's
Oh, it's Colin John is the,
Yeah,
Colin John. And
Yeah,
John
sorry.
is a very popular name
Yeah,
in St.
sorry about
Vincent.
that. I think I made a mistake.
Okay, so here's a ball. Hit in the air. Chance for catch. Catch taken. So, something happened for Barbados finally. Banged in short. Vaughan on the wicket boundary takes the catch, but you rather suspect the damage has already been done. St. Vincent and the Grenadines, the police force, they're 82 for 2.
Yeah, I'm sorry about a mistake here.
Okay,
Yeah,
so
Colin
it's John.
Yeah, John.
Okay, so
But
who's
he
Miller?
changed. He was the one before. I think.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay, fair enough. All right, are you a policeman?
No.
Oh, you're not a
Actually,
policeman,
I'm a sports officer.
Oh, sports officer. All right, fair enough. So, that was a ball that was short of a length, and Vaughan keeping his eyes on it, taking the catch, and quite happy to have gotten rid of Brown for 36, but doing a good job. 22 from just, 22 balls, 36, 3 sixes and 2 fours, and 182 for 2 represents a very strong position for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. You think he'll go on to win this championship?
Yes, actually. The guy is a very, very...
Do you have any fear
confident.
about Barbados or possibly Grenada?
No fear really. Cricket is an uncertain game, so, but we're just playing to win, actually, and having fun. It's nice that the guys are really enjoying it as well. So.
Oh, the guys are enjoying Barbados?
Yeah.
Okay. But you had a big score yesterday as well, just 1 wicket fell.
Yeah, actually, when I look at the US team, that they bowl against Barbados really well, but yesterday they didn't really bowl that well. They were up and down, so
Yeah.
the guys just took advantage of that.
Is there a lot of interest back in St. Vincent about this competition? Lots of people are
Yeah,
interested in it?
a lot of people online right now.
Oh, they're online. So you want to say hello to your family there in St. Vincent?
Yeah, I just want to say hello to everybody in St. Vincent. And
First of all,
Grenada.
say hello to the commissioner.
Oh, Mr. Colin John. Sorry
Mr.
about
Colin
that.
John, all right.
Hello to him as well.
And Mr. Miller as well, former commissioner.
Former commissioner.
All right.
All right. Especially on the country part, enough respect to you guys.
Yeah, indeed. Well, I'm always online to Keswick Williams. He's watching the stream. And speaking to Miles Bascom earlier about young Darius Martin. Lovely delivery. Wonderful, wonderful indeed. Ball that's outside the off, some catch taken. Well, of course, you know that Albert is our goalkeeper, would have kept for Barbados. And he had to sprawl a long way across to his left to hold that in. That was spectacular work. We'll certainly have a chance to see it again. Had to move a long way to take that. Have a look at this. Look at the keeper. Wonderful catch. And fall into the ground, but keeping the ball in his glove. So, another wicket goes down. Hooper doesn't last very long. This is, of course, not Carl. It's Shannon. And it's now 83 for the loss of 2 as we complete over number 7. So tell us about Hooper. What part of St. Vincent is he from?
Hooper is actually from the leeward end.
Oh,
which is
leeward end.
called Petit Bodel. It's very far on the southern side.
Okay.
That's a really cricket area as well.
Okay.
A lot of cricketers come from that area.
Is your local season on now?
We just finished our local season, so we're getting ready for the T10.
T10?
Yeah, so as soon as these guys actually...
Is this the Dream 11 T10 or your own T20?
Yeah.
Okay. When is it going to start?
It's going to start on Monday, actually. So some of these guys are going to miss at least 2 games, I think.
Oh, okay. All right. So would you be involved as a
Well, actually, I used to be the coach for Breakers. So
used to be? Were you fired?
Certain things.
Or you were relieved of the job? All right, so the action continues. 82 for 3. Barbados able to pick up a couple of wickets. If they're going to win this, they'll have to really be the Barbadian cat among the Vincentian pigeons. We shall see. So it's going to be Stefan Gooden to continue. His first over was costly. We're in now to over number 8. It's 82 for 3. So the equation, in terms of the run rate, 3.46. Just 45 to win now. Well, the less said about that, the better. Very ordinary delivery and put away by Gooden. What was he trying to do there? We didn't get a run because Douglas actually fell, losing his footing. Single was an off, it went down towards square leg right in the boundary. Lots of bunks generated. The other thing about the police side is that I saw them against Grenada. They've got to be sharp in the field. Sure that Commissioner Boyce won't be happy about the fielding. It's not been the best, I must say, really. Not sharp enough. But St. Vincent and the Grenadines should really go on to win this. And a lot of your cricketers do play for the national side as well?
Yeah, actually, a lot of
Okay, we'll look at the names in a minute. I suppose it's not easy playing every day with some cricketers who are not as fit as they should be. So it's going to be a question of fitness as well in this competition. So it's a very tight one. And once you play every day, sometimes you get up in the morning and say, well, I really can't do it. So who are some of the cricketers from St. Vincent here, from the police force that actually play for St. Vincent? Who are some of the cricketers?
the police team make up of half of the players in the national team.
Oh, really?
Dylan Douglas, Desmond Maloney.
Desmond Maloney, of course.
Darius Martin.
Yes. He's in the volcano setup as well, Martin. Yeah. More runs. We'll go for 4. Outside edge, down to third man. That's gone for 4. It was actually not a bad delivery. But I suppose, given the situation with T20 cricket, you don't normally have the slipping. Let's have a look at this. I mean, under normal circumstances, of course, the off spinner would have the slip in, beautifully bowled, outside edge found. Had they been a slip, they would have been gobbled, hopefully. But it went a long way, beating the feet inside the circle, and it's gone for 4. So, 8 gone, 92 for 3, so just 35 more to get. The St. Vincent and the Grenadines police force very much on their way. So any others that we missed out in terms of playing for St. Vincent?
There are a few of them on reserve, like Childs as well, so
Okay.
I hope they can really do their best and get themselves in.
And of course, Martin and Maloney would have played for the Windwards as well.
Right,
Have we
true.
missed any that would have played for the Windwards?
Well, the same Douglas, he was on,
Douglas,
on
yeah.
contract as well.
Right.
So,
So these are strong teams, you know. Dembar as well.
yeah, I forgot him. And he just,
How can you forget Dembar?
Demba, probably thought he's still playing first class.
Well, he certainly destroyed Barbados. But what about the Windwards? They did pretty well, could have won the championship. Had you beaten Guyana in the first match? So Windwards cricket is looking up.
Yeah, we have some nice young promising players. I just hope these guys can continue to work hard and stay on the top of their game. The Windward team is in good shape right now, so
Yeah, looking good. That's gone a long way. That's gone into Bibby's lane. Oh my golly. And mind you, there's a bakery up there as well. So it's gone for some bread. Nichols Bakery. It's gone into Bibby's lane. Oh my golly, it's gone for bread. From Nichols Bakery. That was hit with tremendous power. Well, it's the best shot of the day. Indeed. Hit that with, I mean, that's a washpan of disdain, if one case to describe it like that. So Commissioner Boyce won't be happy. Commissioner John would be back there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And Prime Minister, the 5-star General, Dr. Ralph Gonzalez. I saw him in a video actually playing cricket. Have you seen the video with your Prime Minister?
he loves cricket. He loves cricket.
Yeah. But there's a video going around with him batting. So I'll maybe show it to you. Oh my golly. Ralph Gonzalez, the 5-star General. I wonder if he's going to run again.
Quick singles.
So it's so it's 98 for 3. So you're going to win this game comfortably. You're going to go and get a nice sea bath somewhere at Bathsheba in Barbados.
Well, I don't know the beaches them that well, but yes, it will be a nice day to soak.
When is your next game?
On Friday.
Friday. And you play against?
Played against Cayman Island. I think.
Cayman Islands. You should win that. You should cane the Cayman Islands. More runs. They come back for the second. And with that, the 100 has come up for St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Let's have the applause. This has been a very, very commanding performance from them. Barbados are under pressure and feeling the squeeze, like the local economy. 110 for 3. Trouble. Big, big trouble here for Barbados. They're going to rump to victory, one would imagine. Trying to find that video of the Prime Minister of St. Vincent actually dancing, and when he started the dancing and he played cricket, have a look at that. Take a look at that. Your Prime Minister, there he goes. He's in red. Is that would that be the color of his party? Red?
Yeah, red.
Okay. So you know he's a politician, even when he's playing cricket. Have a look at your Prime Minister batting. Here we go. The ball is not delivered. He allows it to go by.
Why?
Yeah. So it's visions of glory. Oh, that's why
To be
Prime
honest,
Minister
he's a really
Gonzalez.
big lover of cricket, so.
Yeah, he loves his cricket. I host a show called Mason, and guess he's always on the show as well. So, another over gone. In fact, we've now reached a situation where 9 gone, 100 for 3. St. Vincent are very much on their way. But there's the Prime Minister in that video dancing. Is that a rally or something?
Oh, yeah, it was a rally at Victoria Park.
Oh, yes.
Park, so, yeah.
I remember that rally very well when he invited the Prime Minister of Dominica to speak, and he said he's the best Prime Minister in the Caribbean. Roosevelt's carrot said that. But he's been around for quite a long time. Of course, the 5-star general. He must be very happy with the performance of his side, because when you look at this, Alexandra, 3 overs for 36 runs. Padmore Kane, 2 for 20. Gooden, the off-spinner, very expensive, 2 for 20. And Allen has picked up 2 for 18. But a lot of work to be done. A lot of work to be done by Barbados. They lost yesterday in a super over to Grenada. And, well, the semifinals are coming up on the weekend. They may still get into the semifinals, but I would think they should go behind closed doors and really do an assessment of their cricket. And I think they must recognize that the teams that have come here, like Grenada, like St. Vincent, they are good cricketers. So it's going to be Vaughan to continue.
What?
Well, that's gone a long way. And what a way to bring up the 50 for Dylan Douglas, DD. In the sunshine of Lears in St. Michael, he's having a grand time. 50 from just 16 balls, 5 fours, and as many as 4 sixes. A strike rate of a whopping 312.5. This is carnage. Call the fire truck. Call the fire truck. 106 for 3. This, yesterday, 158 not out, 103 not out. Well, well, well. Is he a policeman, is he? No, he's not. He's not a policeman. Well, he may join the force and become deputy commissioner. That could happen, you know, given his performance. But this is really, really good stuff from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. They're marching to victory here. And he comes forward. And we'll get a run now as Aline needless, and they'll get even 2. Now, a ball that was played down to just where a silly point would be, Aline came in, threw the ball in no man's land, and they got 2. Barbados rattled here. Rattled. And they'll look for a run. He should be running by a long way. He gets back in the end. Throw was weak from Aline, who looks a wounded soldier. So just 19 more runs to get for victory. And that will go for 4 as well. To be honest with you, I didn't expect this, really. Barbados with a good team on paper, but they have been crushed by our friends from St. Vincent and the Grenadines in a performance worthy of commendation. 112 for 3. Somebody shouting 2. Will they come back for the second? They will, and get it comfortably. So you must be a very happy man, young Jackson.
Yeah, I'm very pretty happy. You know.
Do you still bowl your leg breaks? Do you still have the googly?
Yeah. I played some Masters cricket back
You
home,
play
so-
Masters cricket?
Yeah,
Okay, which club do you play for?
play for police.
Oh, you play for police? Okay. I don't think Commissioner John plays, does he?
He's a footballer. He loves football.
He does. All right, so we've reached the halfway stage. I'm going to get out of here right away. 10 overs gone, 114 for 3. We want to thank you very much indeed for coming through and being very much a part of this. And you're going to go on to win this game comfortably. And what do you have to say before I go to the people of St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
Yeah, as usual, I want to tell him thank you for, the support they're giving us all the years, and continue the support. and we're sending our love to them.
I see. And you go back home on, is it Wednesday or Thursday? When do you go back home?
Tuesday.
Tuesday. To play in the Dream
In the T10.
T20 competition. All right, well, it's been a pleasure talking to you. Continue to bowl your leg breaks. Continue to keep the ball just on the off stump. And you continue to win. This has been a performance of power play. I mean, you've really been extremely good here. And you've got a side that could go on to win this.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to say thank you to Barbados as well for the hospitality. It's been really, really nice. So thanks again to Barbados.
Hospitality been good?
Yeah, very good.
Have you done anything? Well, we got a chance for a break 114 for 310 overs gone. Have you done anything outside of going to Paragon and
not
sleeping
really,
strongly?
Not really much. We've been using the time taking the rest because we know this cricket, is very, very hard. And plus, these guys are going to play cricket for like 3-4 weeks on a straight.
Yeah.
So it's very important that they get a rest. And some of them with small injuries, you have to nurse it. So
yeah, you're going to be careful. Any injuries so far? Everybody's okay?
just small little injuries and so nothing major, but they're coping with it so far.
And anyone would have traveled, like family members to support the guys?
Well, just supporters from the police force.
Okay.
Thanks for them as well.
I want you to say a big up to the police force there in St. Vincent and the Grenadines.
Yeah, man, bless up to all my officers, especially those on the traffic in the hot sun now. It's very.
Oh, you're in the traffic division?
No, I'm just bigging them up.
Okay.
It's very difficult in this hot sun, so
okay.
Keep it up. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed. Well, of course, my good friend Joel Mannon comes a call in. He's been describing the end of every match so far. He's had a situation where Barbados have not done well, and I think for the second time he's going to describe a match that Barbados will lose, but this really is not a good performance from them. I see a former senior officer. We'll have to go back to the barracks and certainly look at what has gone wrong. Of course, the semi-finals are on Saturday, and they could still pick it up, but a lot of work to be done. So, the equation, it's 13 to win, as many as 10 overs, and I will want to tell you the rate required is not 11, it's just 1.3. So to take you home in terms of victory, it's going to be Joel Manning.
We're at the halfway stage of this innings on a beautiful Wednesday afternoon in Barbados. The crowd has grown even more from when we started this match. And what they have been treated to is some fantastic stroke play on the part of the batters from St. Vincent and the Grenadines. Just 13 runs required from 60 deliveries. You would have to think that they will not need all 60 of those the way they've been going. As I say good afternoon once again to Mr. Brathwaite alongside of me.
Yes, Joel, and I can tell you, St. Vincent, they're really, really showing all their class and ability here this afternoon. And certainly, Barbados would have to go back to the drawing board and look to see how they can rectify what went wrong today.
Yeah, certainly. Looking at the halfway stage, 114 for 3 St. Vincent. Barbados were 57 for 5, so certainly a ways off in terms of that comparison. On course for what should be a very easy victory. That one's gone up. And a brilliant catch by Kadeem Aline. So wicket amongst the runs.
Well, that's a magnificent catch there, Joel. He ran all the way from the bowler's end to make sure that nobody dropped it. He took full responsibility at that stage and a comfortable catch. Another wicket down for Barbados. Would be happy about that. However, the cat is out of the bag already, and Barbados certainly explained some poor cricket here today. And I really wasn't looking for that, Joel. I was looking for a better showing from Barbados.
Yeah, certainly a better showing would be expected, but that certainly is in keeping with the standards that Kadeem Aline has for himself, doing the business on his own. And he picks up the scalp of Rickford Walker. He goes for 9, the score 114 for 4. A new batter for St. Vincent and the Grenadines is Kevin Abraham. And he strides to the crease with not much work to do. Cricket, though, is a funny game. Maybe 2 more wickets here, and you never know, might cause a few problems. Aline with the ball in hand. He's into his 3rd. That looks good. And we picked up just inside of the point boundary. They get 2. And in fact, we'll get 3. And in fact, 4 overthrows as well. So make that 6 runs, I believe, or did they complete the 3rd?
Well, poor piece of feeling there on the part of Barbados. Not backing up well, was not able to think the ball went through the fielder and into the boundary for 4. And Barbados continued woes all over and continue to fall here, Joel.
Certainly describes the picture for Barbados today. It's certainly been up and down for them, and now been signaled as 5 runs by the umpire. I'm not sure if that might be the correct call, as I do believe that.
We got to look to see, Joel.
I was pretty sure they completed that 2nd one before the ball reached the stumps, but close, we'll have to say, maybe. But 5 runs signaled by the umpire. A good bounce for him there. What that does, though, is take it down now into single digits for SVG. 7 runs now needed for victory. It's certainly been a masterclass show by them here today.
Yeah, certainly St. Vincent really showed all their class here today. And you can see the ball went down to the backward point. The return came in. The batsman completed 2, and the ball fielder didn't back up cleanly, and it went through him and went to the boundary for 4.
And I do believe that will be signaled now a free hit, so a no ball by Kadeem Aline. This match could probably be over.
Well, Joel, the woes continue for Barbados. Being the defending champions in this competition, they really didn't come to the party today at all.
5 runs needed, free hit on offer. And that will be a wide signal by the umpire, so he's going to have to bowl that one again. It's still going to be a free hit. But now 4 runs needed for St. Vincent and the Grenadines to pick up another win to remain unbeaten in this regional police cricket tournament.
Well, again, a wide delivery outside the Austin batsman, just allow it to go through. And the umpire correctly calling a wide, and Aline just trying to push the ball wide outside the Austin to Douglas. But unfortunately, he didn't get it right on that occasion. And the woes for Barbados continue. And not showing a good showing here today at Lears. And they want to go back to that drawing board.
Dylan Douglas, 59 not out, looking to end it probably this delivery. Can't get back on that. And the signal, another no ball by the umpire. So who knows, maybe this match might end with the extras.
Well, it seems so, the way Kadeem Aline is bowling. If it's not a wide, it's a no ball. And it seems to be not a day that Barbados would be happy about at all. They came today, but they didn't turn up. They didn't turn up. They turned up last year. They didn't turn up this today, Wednesday.
3 runs now needed. The ball in the hand of Kadeem Aline. He's bowled 2 no balls and a wide. It is still a free hit. And Dylan Douglas, the man they call the double D, he's on strike. He's on 59. Can he do it? Will he do it? They're pushing hard, looking for 2. Comes back for it, and that means that the scores are tied here at Lears. St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And in fact, a no ball is signaled, so I do believe that is the end of the game. If that is indeed a no ball, that is the end of this encounter. That is game done, game dusted. Points in favor of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. A commanding victory, a wonderful performance, cheered by all here. And you must say they are certainly looking like the ones to beat in this competition.
but certainly they came here today. They looked like a unit. They played proper cricket. Their ground feeling was excellent. Their batting they displayed today, defense mixed with aggressions, and they certainly look like the team for the future. They look like the team that will get the 2023 Regional Police T20 tournament and defeating defending champion Barbados and continuing their winning ways.
Well, the flags of St. Vincent and Grenadines are flying high here at Lairs. We're in Barbados, but the cheers are for the SVG. The sweet sounds of soca filling the air here at Lairs, delighting all who have made their way out to this beautiful cricket ground. They've been treated to fabulous cricket on one side and not so fabulous from the other. That's back-to-back losses now for Barbados, and they're certainly going to have to go back to the drawing board if they want to get to that iconic final that's going to be playing at Kensington Oval come the 10th, Easter Monday. And well, if you are from St. Vincent and Grenadines, you'll be telling yourself that maybe your side might go all the way. So just recapping that scorecard, things got started with a pair of Maloney and Brown. And well, Maloney, he went bowled by Alexander quite early in the piece, but since then it was Brown and Douglas who turned up to the party. 36 for Brown, 59 not out for Douglas, 61 in fact not out for Dylan Douglas. Hooper, he didn't trouble the scores. Rickford went for 9, and the other not out batsman Kevin Abraham on 6. So 127 for 4. St. Vincent and the Grenadines winning by 6 wickets. A powerful performance, a commanding victory. Looking at that bowling card now for the Barbados Police Service. Well, sorry, not looking good for them. They pick up the bowlers though. Kadeem Aline, he picked up 3 for 31, 1 for Alexander, and none for Padmore, Gooding or Vaughan. That economy, well, certainly high for all of them. They met the bat of Douglas, they met the bat of Salvin Brown, and they met another loss here in the Regional Police Tournament. Wayne, how have you summed up that game?
Well, a tremendous performance by the St. Vincent and the Grenadines team. We did observe from the very first match that they played on a Monday that this was a side, a well-oiled machine, a well-prepared side, one can see from the beginning. And they certainly have not come to Barbados for a holiday, but from all indications, they are here to win this competition, this regional T20 competition. So St. Vincent and the Grenadines continuing their winning ways, continuing to protect this 100% record, and well, we can only wonder, can they actually get better? We're going to have a word with the captain of the police side, Darrell Sargent. And I'm going to be, first of all, I'm going to ask the first question, and then I'm going to hand over to Joel. But Darrell, disappointing loss, and you must be concerned having lost back-to-back matches over the past 2 days.
Yes, obviously disappointing in the last 2 games that we've played. 2 games on the bounce, we come out on the losing end. It's a bit, heartening, but there's still a chance for us to qualify. So we always look forward to the next game and put our best foot forward. Unfortunately, we are going into now to a must-win situation, but sometimes those situations bring out the best in the players, and there's no hope lost. So definitely tomorrow we will go into that game very confident and looking to come out with a win.
I won't keep you too long, Derek, because I know that you had a hard time out in that. So final question for you. You mentioned that must-win scenario. What are you guys hoping to, I guess, improve on to ensure you can get a victory in that one?
Within the last 2 games, I think yesterday for us it was the bowling. Today we didn't bowl that well, even though we didn't get a score, that we would have liked, the highest score we would like. I just still think we could have bowled a lot better. So we will talk about it and definitely have to improve in the bowling department. But having said that, I think we will be able to do the business tomorrow.
Well, thanks a lot for your time, Dara. Well, there you have it. The end of this encounter. And well, things going the way of St. Vincent and the Grenadines. And not the way of Barbados.
challenging. So we welcome you back to Lear's match number 2 of the doubleheader held here today. Earlier, we saw a comprehensive victory for the St. Vincent and the Grenadines police team, maintaining their unbeaten run in the tournament and subjecting the host Barbados, one of the favorites, I would believe, to their second successive defeat. What we are about to witness is a clash between Grenada and the Cayman Islands. Grenada with a win, the Cayman Islands yet to get in to the winner's enclosure. And we have already seen the toss of the coin. The Grenadians won the toss and they have elected to field. Umpires Candice Laborde and Dave Thompson already in the middle with the players, the fielders of the Grenada side, and the opening pair for the Cayman Islands. And again, the excellent conditions on hand here at Lear's. A lovely crowd has grown too. I must say the crowd has continued to grow, and it really is a popular move, I would have to say, to bring some of the games out to the non-traditional areas, the non-traditional grounds in Barbados. And this is testament to bringing the games, bringing the game into the communities. And so far, a very, very good turnout, a favorable turnout here for Lear's. The conditions have been good, and I have with me Joel Manning, who will be partnering me for this this early part of the Cayman Islands innings. I'm still waiting for the scorecard to tell me the opening pair for the Islands, although I'm seeing, but no, I wouldn't want to hazard that guess. But Joel, after this morning's encounter, especially the devastating work of the Vincentians, what can we look forward to here?
Good afternoon, Wayne. Good afternoon to all of our viewers out there across the Caribbean and across the world. What can I tell you about this contest? It's certainly going to be exciting. It's shaping up for another cracker-bracker here at Lear's.
First ball is one, rising from a good length and fending it away through the vacant gully area. Had there been a man in that gully, he would have been in with a shout for a chance. So right on target, that first delivery from the northern end. And again, once again, Joel, we cannot help saying it often enough. Good lift, good carry, from especially with the bowlers coming from this northern end.
Just taking a little bit of a note out there. The openers, or at least one of them, in the form of Donica Sargent, opting to go without a helmet.
Jamil Buchanan is the other one. And the bowler being Nicholas Redhead, driven into the covers. And they will come back for a couple of runs. A left-handed batter is Buchanan, getting a pitched up delivery. Really impressed with the crowd though, Joel. Having a look outside during the period between matches, and was very pleasantly surprised to see.
Well, a lot of them are certainly taking the drive to come towards Lear's to take in this regional police cricket tournament.
As this delivery is outside the all stump, another quickish delivery. The right-arm bowler across the left-hander and into the gloves. The wicketkeeper taking the ball up towards the shoulders. We look at a view of the pavilion area in front of us.
Yeah, just enjoying a sumptuous lunch. It was one who had to partake in the food here on offer at Lear's, and I must say it was a belly full and delightful. Well, and yes, all set again for the action.
Well, yes, of course. That has been one of the features of the tournament, Joel. If you can say that. The very tasty offerings. As this delivery is again outside the off stump, batsman tentatively jabbing at that delivery. I think he would have made a move to pull the bat inside the line at the last moment. Don't know if I can give him the benefit of the doubt of having succeeded rather than being beaten outside the off stump. But good stuff here coming from Redhead. Tall young man, bowling right arm, looking to work up a good turn of pace. He's got a slip on the gully in place, a third man, a backward point, a cover and a mid-off. Then there's a long leg, a man at square leg and a mid-on. This one is outside the off stump. This one not inducing the batsman into a shot and being able to watch it through to the keeper, taking it a bit low down on that occasion. The slight inconsistency in the bounce, but that one was pitched offline, quite away outside the off stump. So it is 3 for no loss. Donico Sargent and Jamil Buchanan. Both these teams would want to add, well, the Grenadians would want to add to the one win they have had as the jostle for semi-final places continues. Short outside the off stump, another quick delivery. Having a dart at it is the left-hander looking to guide it away. The ball passed through to the wicket-keeper. The end of an impressive first over from Nicholas Redhead, 3 without loss.
That was certainly a very impressive start from him. I had a chance to see him down at Weymouth yesterday versus Barbados. Both 3 overs on the trot, and he enjoyed the surface down there. I do think, though, that he would enjoy the one here at Lairs just a bit better. The pace is a bit more in this surface in that first over. Just going for 3 from him, so a good start.
Looking at the Cayman Islands side, Sargent and Buchanan, Brian Corbin, the captain, local player, Adrian Thomas, Greg Shepherd, Nigel Strout, Nkrumah Morgan, Pearson Best, also well known in these parts. Ravindra Prasad, who is the guest player, Servin Charles, and while the 11 for the Grenada side, Heron Campbell, Nikozai St. Hilaire, Josh Noel, Josh Thomas, Lyndon Lawrence, Amikil Dubisette, Reynold Charles, Ricardo Murray, Sean Del Regis, Johan Jeremiah, Nicholas Redhead, Darrell Cyrus, Samuel Charles, and Roland Cato. Quite familiar name too, as the new bowler is going to be Amikil Dubisette, right arm from the southern end, coming up that slope. Joel, where I'm sure a number of the faster bowlers will find it quite challenging.
Will require a bit of effort to get over that hill, but made light work of it on that particular occasion, opting to go short with the first delivery.
Dubie set his right arm over the wicket with one slip in place. And covering up is the batsman Sargent, squaring up somewhat to one, pitching down just around the off-stump line and pushed up into the cover. So there's a slip. He's got a third man and looking to see where the other fielder outside of the circle may be. Well, yes, there is also a man at long leg on the fine leg boundary. So those are the 2 fielders allowed outside. Short delivery rising up towards the throat, and Sargent having to take defensive measures, getting the bat high up, taking it somewhere on the glove, I believe, or high on the handle, the ball dropping away into the onside. So, Joel, I'm sure this is very encouraging for the Cayman Islands, well, in this case, Amikil Dubisette. Let's see how he follows that one up. Was another short delivery, and this time the batsman looking to work it away towards the third man area, but do I detect a slight backing away, slightly moving away out of the line of the delivery, Joel?
He's certainly not here to face much pace, you might say. I did mention the fact that he's out there without the helmet. I certainly expected some short stuff from the fast bowlers out there, and they've responded in like manner.
Interesting, Joel. We'll get back to that. This one he's getting contact with and guiding it away down through the gully to third man. Will only be able to get one, the return on the bounce to the keeper. But that brings us to the end of the... No, it's just a matter of umpire Thompson changing sides because of the left-handed batter. But Joel, you know, it may be a strange sight for you to see a batsman batting without a helmet against fast bowling. Those of my vintage would tell you that is all we knew. No matter how fast the bowling would have been, there were no helmets, let's say, back in the day. This delivery is outside the off stump. Again, the batsman holding his ground on the leg stump and then just thrusting the bat, not making contact, through to the keeper. 2 overs gone, 4 without loss. The Cayman Islands very happy with how things have gone in the opening overs.
Yeah, certainly been a very good start from a good quiet start, you would have to say, from the Grenada bowlers. They were able to peg back Barbados yesterday and doing the same here as a Cayman. Still early days, still early times. As you mentioned, in a time before mine, there were no helmets, but I must say, with technology here, it might be advisable, especially on this surface, the way I have seen the ball kick. He's a policeman and not a paramedic, and as such, just might want to, wear the apparatus.
Not that I disagree with you. I'm just bringing you the facts as they are, or as they were. Imagine facing up to the likes of Malcolm Marshall and Joel Garner and a plethora of fast bowlers that emanated out of Barbados. Here is another fast bowler. He's not from Barbados, but he's from Grenada and pushed away into the outside for a quick single. But Joel, I come from an era when there was a fast bowler in every gap in Barbados. So and every gap had a team. Well, but changing times, and as you say, the advent of technology has brought a lot of advantages, a lot of benefits. We must remain thankful for them. Redhead. Collect delivery on the body, pushed away into the onside. Having to hurry into that shot was Buchanan.
Yeah, I must say that neither of the two look quite comfortable to the pace here. Not suggesting that they straight out onto that front foot, but it would appear as if they're camping on the back foot, just looking to work it around at the moment.
Well, very satisfied. The Grenadians managing to keep it quiet, even if they haven't been able to prize out one of the wickets so far. And pitching up and driving outside the off stump is Redhead on that time. For once, as you mentioned, venturing onto the front foot. But again, well away from the ball. Keeper taking it low down. So it's almost as if we are waiting here in anticipation for something to break loose. Whether it be the batters getting the ball away or the bowlers being able to penetrate. But so far, not a lot of bat and ball contact. A lot of balls traveling through to the keeper unscathed. One quick delivery again, and here is the left-handed Buchanan pulling the head back as he played that one down in front of him on the offside of the pitch.
Well, in terms of starts, it is a better start for Cayman. They were not for one when they played versus Barbados in their previous encounter, and then ended up being 8 for 2. So they would hope that this opening pair could get them off to a decent start, a good partnership.
This delivery is again through to the keeper. So they haven't been making a lot of contact with bat on ball, but they have been able to survive so far. And we continue to be impressed with some of the faster bowling we've seen so far today. First encounter, the Vincentian fast bowlers really went to work.
You probably just have to think that maybe a full and straight at the stumps might produce the result that they're looking for.
Well, we've seen everything except that. As this one is pushed into the offside, they go for a single and get it quite easily. The fielder not able to pick it up cleanly. So finally, I almost said finally some rotation in the strike, but actually Buchanan is going to retain the strike when the new over starts, because that is the end of the third over, and the Cayman Islands invited to bat 6 for no loss.
Yeah, no fireworks just yet, but no wickets either, and Cayman, I believe, can be happy with that. As I mentioned, hasn't necessarily been the best of starts for them with the bat in previous innings. So not having lost a wicket in the opening 3 overs is certainly good from them.
Well, it will be to be set. Amical to be set. mahogany trees behind him. He's striking the batsman on the pad, stifled the peel for leg before wicket. This ball runs into the offside.
They're probably pitching outside leg on that particular occasion.
So again, batsmen unable to get back onto ball. This continues to be a quiet start in front of a growing crowd. Outside the stump, pushing and somewhat undecided is the batsman Buchanan. One looking to play at the ball and then uncertain of whether he really wanted to play, pulling the batter inside the line. Again, quite late, so it has been all the Grenadians in the 2 overs, the 3 overs and 2 balls that we have seen so far. Again, outside the stump, the right-arm bowler angling the ball across Buchanan, and definitely, as I mentioned, camping out on that leg stump, not really getting across his wicket, not getting moving to get in behind the line of the ball, or at least be able to make contact with it.
You're talking about getting in line with the ball, but I don't think that either batter wants to do just that. They're giving the pace on offer at the moment.
Batsman and ball going in completely different directions. Buchanan moves in. Again, here we see a similar thing. Outside the stump, looking to dab it away through the, I guess, between the slip and the gully area. And ball going, under the under edge into the gloves of the keeper. So the power play overs. This would definitely have to be one of the quieter power plays that we have seen all tournament. This time he's managing to get this one pushed up into the mid-off area. The fielder there is right back on the edge of the circle, and he comes in to field. And again, we have that rotation of the strike this time. So the left-handed Buchanan goes to the non-striker's end, and Sargent, Donico Sargent, the right-hander, comes on strike. 7 without loss. 1 delivery left in the 4th over. Edge dropping in front of the man at first slip and going through his legs. Well fielded by the man coming around from the 3rd man position, the deep 3rd man position, and keeping the scoring down to 2. So 2 runs at the end of the 4th over brings the Cayman to 9 without loss, but so far not being able to really make much use of the restrictions inside the power play. And as I said earlier, definitely one of the quieter, most economical power plays spells so far. Still got 2 overs to go.
They certainly haven't made good use of the power play at the moment. Haven't even looked as if they would make good use of it, because we've not really seen a shot in anger at the moment. But like I mentioned, no wickets down for them. So I guess when you look at it from that perspective,
that is a positive. Here comes Redhead, striding in from the north. Outside the off stump, I think I can record that and just press play every other delivery. Outside the off stump, through to the keeper without any contact. 9 without loss. It's almost like a boxing match, Joel, where the early rounds, the 2 opponents just sparring with each other, and nobody really looking to take a significant advantage in the early stages. Outside the off stump, through to the keeper, press play. Again, 9 without loss, but I think the bowling a bit too much at this moment, but as we mentioned, it'll be interesting to see if they can get one directed onto the stumps, what would be the result, because the Grenadian bowlers have done everything except find the wicket with a straight delivery. This time actually essaying a drive, the left-handed Buchanan, the ball bouncing before getting through to wicket keeper, and the not being able to take it cleanly. The ball parried down to third man, and an extra comes up, the first extra of the innings, a bye. So quite welcome that would be, the score going into double figures now, 10 without loss. But we've seen a couple of balls die outside the off stump to the left-hander. I think I'm just wondering if that may be something to keep an eye out for. A short delivery and goes ducking. Does Sargent? I don't think he knew a lot about that at all. A wicked bouncer from a redhead ducking, and the batsman on the front foot there. He was throwing himself all over the place. The bat coming up much too late. The head trying to get under that delivery.
Well, there's a series called Too Hot to Handle, and I believe that this is just that. Short, sharp, and rising, and probably just giving maybe a bit of a haircut to Sargent.
Brave man, Sargent, still without a helmet. Another short delivery, looking for a big swing, and missing and through to the keeper. This is getting interesting.
You say interesting, I say dangerous.
Yeah, it gets getting frightening. I should have said. Because that one was a short delivery. There he was swinging wildly. I don't think he knew a lot about that delivery. Through to the keeper, so buoyed by those previous two deliveries, redhead charging in from the top of his mark. Delivery is wide of the off stump, looking to guide it away to third man is Sargent. Doesn't make contact, through to the keeper. Redhead finishes his third over, only 5 runs from those 3 overs. Cayman Islands after 5 are 5 without loss.
Well, the sun is out in all of its glory here at Lears. And it's certainly interesting times, testing times for the Cayman Islands. Yet to really fire this encounter. We've seen some fiery stuff though, especially from the hand of Nicholas Redhead. He certainly worked up a head of steam here, and they've pegged him back at the start. 10 without loss after 5. The crowd on hand certainly entertained at the moment. Dubisset, he's in again. And this time they find the edge, and that is wicket number 1 in the bag. Well, after many plays and misses outside of the off stump, finally they get a piece of that bat. They're happy, their supporters are happy. And the first one goes down for the Cayman Islands.
Yeah, and Buchanan gone. I mean, it never really suggested permanence, really. I mean, when you look at this, they've been undone by some very good bowling. And that ball actually went over the top of the off stump. The edge was found, the catch taken. And in the end, it's a wicket that was on the card. But I'll make the point, though, that I'm quite happy with the pitch here at Lears. It's really a good pitch for cricket. It's got something for the bowlers. If you can bat, you can make runs, and I've seen a lot of bunks on this pitch.
Yeah, there's certainly been a lot of bunks on, off, and runs, as you mentioned. 270 put on the board by SVG. Yes, they in fact played Barbados this morning and chased down the runs quite comfortably, just outside of 11 overs. I believe they chased those runs down in 10.4 to get the 127. So it tells you that there are runs in this service. But the Cayman Islands, they're yet to get many of those. Well, this one goes up. Catches the cry, but is avoided by the fielder. Opting not to go for it there. Opting for the safer route. Somewhat to the disappointment of those here supporting Grenada.
Well, this is Pearson Best, that I know very well. Would have played for my club, St. Catherine's, for many years, and he's accustomed to fast bowling. I remember Pearson Best against Patterson Thompson on the lawn at Bank Hall a couple years ago. He didn't quite see the ball. He was hit flush on the helmet with a very quick delivery. But he likes fast bowling, but of course that's when he was young.
Wicket number 2, Dubiset, he strikes again.
He does. I mean, this is good bowling. And, you know, Sargent never really wanted to get behind the ball. And Redhead started things by being aggressive. This is what has really gone out of West Indies cricket, that aggression. And I'm happy to see it, you know, displayed at this level. I mean, when you look at this, look at the batsman to one which is coming back at him, but tailing away towards the leg side, the edge from the catch taken. But that is as a result of the aggression that was displayed earlier. And to a lesser extent, Barbados. So you get the feeling that those will be the teams that could be looking for the coup de grace, but we shall see. 11 for 2, and we've seen a situation where the Cayman Islands are under pressure from the get-go here. Aggression from Redhead, and certainly starting things with some pretty good deliveries. They do well, I would imagine, to get to 75 here. That's my prediction. I may be wrong.
Well, certainly under pressure. Some batting to come, and outstrides at number 4, Paul Manning. He faces the music as well. This should probably be 2 runs.
Yeah, well, Pearson Best can get back for the second. He's put on quite a bit of weight the last time I saw him. And Joel, is that guy related to you? He's Manning. The name spelled the same way?
It's spelled the same way, but of no relation. But in terms of holding up the
Manning
Manning name, I do hope that he scores some runs here today. I'm going to do my job here with the mic, and I hope he does it with the bat.
Yep. So Joel Manning and Paul Manning.
Probably an inside edge onto that one.
Yeah, but the thing about it is that both teams that have played here, first of all this morning, the Grenada team, you know, certainly doing what happened this morning with a pitch that has offered some pace, and they've gone to the pace early. We've not seen spin introduced simply because of the conditions.
Fast
St. Vincent and the Grenadines did it early this morning and put Barbados on the back foot.
The fast bowlers certainly have been successful, and that trend has continued. The end of 6, the end of the power play, 13 for 2.
Yeah, 13 for 2. Really big trouble for the Cayman Islands. The other thing, too, is that I just suspect that Barbados have been a little bit surprised by what they've seen in this competition so far from their main opponents, St. Vincent and the Grenadines, and, of course, Grenada. They've got good cricketers, and I expect the semi-finals to be very, very interesting, and the finals as well. And we encourage you to continue to watch the stream. It's on YouTube. And, of course, we also encourage you to come to the venues to watch the game as well. Lears is nice. You know, you're away from traffic, just about 10, 15 minutes outside the nation's capital. Barbados are playing here tomorrow, am I correct? Against Antigua and Barbuda, a game that they would certainly want to win. And should win. And must win.
Some more sharp stuff. Oh, my goodness. Fire at Lears, fire in Barbados.
Yeah, Pearson Best, and I'm sure that my good friend would have played with him, Wayne Holder. Was he in your time, Pearson Best? Yeah. He loves to hook and pull. Doesn't always get it right. But he's a shotgun in the day. And actually, I remember him playing for St. Catharines and doing very well on wet pitches. He really enjoyed that. Always a good contest. Big heart.
Steered beautifully down towards third man. The runs haven't been coming, so they'll be hoping that they can rotate the strike. The power play is done, but still keeping things relatively tight in terms of just keeping 2 men outside of the circle.
He's also risen through the ranks. I mean, very well. in terms of the police force. I think he's an inspector, I was told. So he's not a constable, he's an inspector. So he's senior. Pearson Best, man from St. Philip South, I think it's the St. Martin's area. I just have to double check that, but I know he's a man from the south.
Doesn't get much onto that one, but it's been the story of the Caymans at the moment.
Of course, a lot of our, they left here and a lot of them went to Cayman. Started a long time ago in the 40s and the 50s, and they've, done a lot of work there. Some of them are teachers. A lot of them are policemen. They've left Barbados, and they've done pretty well. A lot of them go to the BVI as well.
Redhead into his final over, bowling 4 on the trot here.
Of course, fellow commentator Philip Hackett went to Cayman, and they said he was a big leg spinner. Didn't turn the ball a lot, I understand, and couldn't bowl the googly. That's what Wayne Holder told me. Now we see who he was bowled against. Hello, Philip Hackett. Yes, he was one of those. He went to Cayman and was a teacher there for some time. I think Roger Blades as well. The late Roger Blades would have gone there as a policeman.
That one down the leg side. Comes off the bat. So another run to the total. 15 for 2 now, just one delivery left in the 7th over.
And of course, Brian Corbin, who would have represented police for several years, is now in Cayman as a police constable, hoping to become an inspector like Pearson Best. He's a specialist lie detector, so I got to be careful what I say. Eh?
Let's just tell the truth.
And that looked to be the first boundary of the innings, and that was a sumptuous shot, you would have to say.
And it was from Pearson Best. That is the Pearson Best that we know. I know that they're logged on in the St. Catherine's chat. They put the link in the chat, and they're hoping that Pearson Best can live up to his name.
Yeah, certainly a lovely shot there. Short and wide at the off step. Got into position quite nicely and slapped that one beautifully over point. You could watch that one again.
Yeah, I think he's hoping that the spin will come on soon, but given what we've seen of this pitch where it has been generous to the fast bowlers, I rather suspect that we're going to have a lot of pace. And that ball was outside the off stump, a bit wide, and he latched onto that and played it lovely shot down to backward square for 4. So, 19 for 2.
Dubisset has picked up 2 for 7 from his 3. He's now going to bowl his final over. So the opening bowlers going straight through their spell. A change of bat. Will the change of bat bring a change of fortunes for them?
Of course, there's also tremendous interest in the football going on in England. My side, Man United, playing today against a tricky Brentford, and West Ham up against Newcastle. Those games start at 3 o'clock. Man United in the last 3 matches only able to pick up 1 point. What's going on there, sir? Mr. Ten Hag?
The first signs of variation from Dubisset, and it produces another dot ball in this innings.
Yes, he was expecting a much quicker delivery. He was instinctively on the back foot and played a slow ball off the back foot. The ball went by to be taken by the keeper. Of course, the Arsenal fans must be very happy. Are you an Arsenal man, Joel?
Nope.
Are you a football man?
I watch, I don't necessarily support.
You support the Bajan Rockets. Used to be called that one time.
Campaign on the back foot, and it produces a single.
Yeah, I think Pearson has got to be a bit worried about the number of singles he's taken. Doesn't look as fit as he used to be when he played for St. Catherine's. He's actually got ample girth now. but has always been a good striker of the ball. Saw him in a contest against Dale Elcock at the Carlton ground a couple of years ago. What a contest it was.
Good take by the keeper. Probably just getting a bit of glove heading down that leg side. They've certainly been on the mark here in Grenada this afternoon. Look, a very good side. A side that could vie for the opportunity to be at Kensington come Easter Monday.
It'd be interesting to get your assessment, Joel, of what you've seen so far in the competition, the big boys in this competition.
Hoiked away, and there's going to be a chase on for the man at mid-wicket. But I do believe he will lose the battle, and that's another boundary there for the Cayman Islands. They would like that, and they would hope for many more.
Yeah, indeed. And he's always been up to the contest and the fight in relation to short bowling, Pearson Best. I said I remember him against Patterson Thompson at Bank Hall and against Dale Elcock at the Carlton Club. That was hit short, on the back foot, pulling it through mid-wicket, and it raced out to the boundary for 4.
It just looks as if the more time you spend out there, probably the easier things get for you.
And that was played pretty well.
Thought for a moment there may be a chance of a run-out, safely home in the end. So this pair taking the score along nicely for Cayman, getting some momentum into the innings.
Plenty of room here at the Layers ground. It's one of these grounds that, of course, maybe a Sunday, some T20 cricket. You know, there's these lovely grounds you've got in Barbados that you certainly want to enjoy being here. And a pretty good pitch as well. Groundsman Mr. Newsom was behind me, and he said that he would love to take this pitch to Kensington Oval. So we've got a situation where 8 gone. The Caymans are struggling. They're under pressure and feeling the squeeze. They're 26 for 2.
Yeah, this Layers ground certainly makes for a nice little picnic atmosphere for the family. So if you're watching at home and want to make your way down, do come and enjoy. Do come and join us. Many are here already. There's some trees under which you can shade and shelter and take in some fantastic action. We're into day number 4 of the Regional Police Cricket Tournament, and we've been treated to some fantastic cricket so far. I mentioned the fact a little bit earlier. We went down to a super over yesterday, first super over of the competition. And if anything, or rather if that was anything to judge by, it's going to be even better as things go on.
So we're going to have another change. Josh Thomas, who's had the experience of playing for the Windwards, will come into the attack now. So you've had Redhead, 4 overs, 1 been done for 11. And I thought he bowled very well. And as I said earlier, the fact that the pitch has got something for the fast bowlers, you may not see a lot of spin today from the Grenadians. Looking very fit indeed as well. And one of the things about this competition is that we've got some pretty young cricketers and some fit cricketers as well. Fitness is going to be of great importance as we come down the business end of this competition. Guys are playing, you know, every day. And of course, you'll be happy to get a day off. So the action continues tomorrow, then on Friday, and then, of course, the semi-finals on Saturday. No cricket on Sunday to go to church. On Sunday, go to St. Catherine's Anglican Church. And then the big finals at the region's Mecca. That is on April the 10th. We look forward to that. Here's Thomas.
And he continues where Redhead left off. Some sharp, short stuff from him as well. Still some batting to come. Brian Corbin pushed himself down the order. He actually opened the batting before this. Worked away nicely into some space. Collects a comfortable 2. Having to throw against the wind. That wind factor is something that will come into play as well here, as we saw in that first match with Barbados. A lot of them opting to hit into what we call the fan and perishing as a result. But coming down towards the pavilion end, the leg side for the right-handed batters at the moment certainly produced a lot of runs. Some fabulous cricket, you would have to say. The boundaries aren't coming, but they've been rotating strike, and I mentioned the fact that this pair have certainly started to give the innings some momentum, allowing those to come to have a bit of a base from which they could swing at. I talked about Brian Corbin. There's Ravindra Prasad as well. Some big hitters still in that side to come for Cayman Islands.
Yeah, but Cayman are getting it wrong. Prasad has got about early in the side. I mean, we saw it in the first match. He's got about early in the side. Just been told that the next three to come, Corbin, Thomas, and Shepherd, all former Barbados police officers. And of course, Prasad is their guest player. Someone needs to tell the management that he can't bat this low.
That should be signaled a wide, and in fact, 5 wides as well. Oh, signal a no ball by the umpire.
But look at the pace generated, the bumps generated on that. That reminded me of the old Kensington pitch with Mikey Holden and Andy Roberts bowling. Very sharp at Kensington. This pitch has got a lot of bumps. Take a bow, Mr. Newsom. You need to tell the guys at Kensington Oval how to prepare a pitch with pace and bumps, my friend.
So a free hit on offer. The first free hit of the innings. Can they capitalize on it? 35 for 2. Glorious goodness. Yes, they can capitalize.
Well done, Pearson Best. Certainly knows a thing or two about batting. Seen him for several years. Playing for St. Catharines. Always a battler, always a fighter. And look at Pearson Best. Right across the line. Dragging it from just on the off stump through that mid-on area, down to long on for 4. So welcome boundary. Decent crowd is gathered here as well. I like Lears. Have you been to Lears before?
Yeah, I was trying to ask myself that question earlier. I don't believe I have.
So the answer is no. That's going to be called a wide.
Yeah, just getting it offline ever since.
Well, they play here, Mr. Newsom, you play the intermediate? Yeah, intermediate and second division, and the season starts on April the 15th. I understand that the fixtures are out now. Well, we made a big call on Mason and Guest last night for the fixtures to come out. And, they're with us a bit late, but nevertheless, they're out. Thanks to Mr. Wendell Coppin. Spoke to him moments ago.
We thought he was leaving it. He gets a nice edge on it, in fact. And that also takes it to the boundary. A bit crafty there from Pearson Best. The end of over number 9, 43 for 2.
Yes, well, Pearson Best has gone to 19 from 10 balls, 4 fours. And this is a good partnership so far. I just got the feeling he was trying to maybe leave that, and involuntarily the ball hit the top of the bat and went fine down to third man, and he got 4. So every run is important.
In fact, on that replay, I actually told myself I was maybe looking a little bit deliberate in terms of his shot played, letting that ball come to him and playing it quite lately. There's no man at slip, no man at gully, so no real danger. And that got it fine enough that the man at third man couldn't get around. Takes the score up to 43 for 2.
And as we start over number 10, the first sign of spin, I think. Yeah, we could have some spin. So given the nature of the pitch where the fast bowlers have done well, There's been a delay in the entry of the spinners. We've got the first coming into the attack. Now it's Daryl Cyrus.
Yeah, Cyrus, in fact, was the guy who bowled the super over versus Barbados, restricting them to that 7 for 1 in the super over. Bowls quite flat and fast, especially at the start of his spell. Looks to get into a nice little rhythm, does Cyrus.
Yes, he really bowled that super over well, with good in tossing the ball up and being hit all over the place. Didn't get his length right at all.
Can't get anything onto that one. Slowed up a bit, takes the outer half of the bat. A good start by Cyrus so far, keeping things quiet, keeping the pressure on. Comfortable single. So the breeze continues to blow here quite beautifully at Lears. You get the feeling that things are setting up nicely after losing those early 2 wickets for Cayman. Good work on the boundary by Jeremiah to keep things to 1. So we're at the halfway stage, 3 runs from that over of 46 for 2.
Yeah. So the first part, as you said, of the innings, 10 gone. I'm sure that Grenada will be quite happy with this performance. No doubt about that at all. And it certainly represents a pretty good position for them. They look very, very good in this competition. Lovely crowd has gathered here to watch the action. And certainly, Lears can take a bow. People were here from as early as 10 o'clock. And just get the feeling that with the games being so competitive, particularly with St. Vincent and the Grenadines, Grenada and Barbados in particular, that we could very well have a very interesting situation. And as far as the semi-finals are concerned and then the finals.
So are you familiar with the name Wayne Webster, Andrew?
Wayne Webster.
Wayne Webster. The chief mover and shaker here at Lears.
Oh, where is he? Is he here?
He is here. He's right in Leslie's face.
Oh, hello, Mr. Webster. How are you? The only Webster I know was the gentleman who ran in St. John and never won. He lost his deposit on several occasions. Are you related to that Webster?
His uncle. He's related.
I'm just trying to remember his first name, the Webster. Evans Webster. He ran in St. John against the mighty Errol Barron, expected to get votes. He never did. But when you look at this now, Sargent 5 from 12, Buchanan
4 from 20.
4 from 20. Pearson Best is on 20 not out. Manning is on 10 not out. But with Prasad, well, they got him late. I don't think he's going to come that late. Let me say to the management of the Cayman Islands, so maybe just join us for a couple of minutes quickly so we can have a little chat with the manager of the Cayman. Hello to you, sir. How are you, my friend?
I'm good, Andrew.
Introduce yourself. What's your name?
So I'm Sergeant Cornelius Pompey from the Royal Cayman Islands Police Service.
You hear that name, Pompey? Pompey is a Vincentian name?
It is a Vincentian name. I'm actually from St. Vincent, but I'm a police officer in the Cayman Islands.
Okay, so you were born and bred in St. Vincent.
Definitely.
And the Grenadines.
Oh, yes,
we tend to, yeah. Becca is my favorite place.
It's mine also.
I've got some land there along with Wayne Hold. We bought some property down there recently.
Wayne, is that true?
Yeah, indeed. So, tell us about the Cayman. I mean, what's the population of Cayman, first of all? Can you tell me? approximately?
We have approximately 68,000 people living in the Cayman Islands.
Okay.
Cayman Islands is actually 3 islands coming together as the Cayman Islands. We have the Grand Cayman, which is the biggest.
Right.
We have just over 65,000. Then we have Cayman Brac, which is just over 2,000.
Right.
And just a couple of hundreds in Little Cayman. So that's 3 islands coming
So
together.
where are you? Where are you? Which one?
I'm on the mainland, Grand Cayman.
Okay, wonderful.
Yes.
And there are a lot of people from St. Vincent and from Barbados that they travel and you know, to find a better life and that kind of thing.
Definitely, you want to say it's kind of multi because we have quite a number of different islands living in the Cayman Islands. Jamaica make up one of the biggest population
Okay,
there.
so most people, you know, you got Barbadians coming, but a lot are coming from Jamaica.
Jamaica, yeah. We don't have a lot of Barbadians there
A lot
too.
of Barbadians, yeah. Any familiar names in terms of Barbados?
We have the Walton. He was a good cricketer here.
What's the first name?
Just can't remember his first
Walton?
name. Walton. And
Here's Pearson Best. Well, but he's a good player. He played for my club long time, St. Catherine's, and played that well. Beautiful. Down to backward square, that's gone for 4.
are you familiar with Adrian Seals?
Yes, I know that name.
So Adrian Seals is a superintendent of police.
Okay.
He played for the police, Cayman Islands Police there.
Right. And Pearson is an inspector, is it?
Pearson is an inspector.
Okay.
And then we have Charlie and Stephen.
Okay. Oh, wonderful. And of course, Brian Corbin has joined you.
Yeah, Brian is actually the captain now. Brian has joined us in the Cayman Islands, not too long ago though, but he's been one of the forefront in cricket in the Cayman Islands.
Wonderful. Did you play the game yourself?
I did.
Okay.
I did way back in the.
But you're long
islands.
retired now.
Oh yes.
You're like Wayne Holder. Well, Pearson Best looks as if he's going to live up to his name here. He's gone to 24, 51 for 2. The 50s come up. So, good change in terms of length there. The ball before was short. Look at the Yorkham going down the leg side. So, is cricket strong in the Cayman Islands?
No, you know, football is really the thing.
That's
in
a
the
big-
Cayman
big
Islands.
sport there.
Yeah, it's a big sport there, football. But we do have a local competition that goes on year round. But outside of that, cricket is not. We are actually trying to bring a lot of young people on board now. The police cricket team.
That's very wide of the off stump by Thomas, called a wide. So this has been a good partnership here between these two. In fact, it's realized 41. We're into over number 11, and Cayman Island Police will be looking to try to get up to maybe 120, 130. So you're saying that football is the big sport there?
Football is a big sport there. With the police cricket club, what we are trying to do now is to involve the young people. Most of the...
It's another wide. Continue.
Right. Most of the time when we travel with one young person with us, one youth, as part of our engagement with the youths. We do have one which is about 16-year-old with us on the store. Yeah.
So, well, I think you better stay with us. I know that I'm eating into Wayne Holder's time. So you sure? You okay with that?
When you're sure?
Yeah,
Okay,
he's sure.
good.
Yeah, he had some good old Bajan soup today. He didn't take the lunch that was provided.
It's definitely a pleasure being sharing this.
He had some pigtails in his soup today. He
Wow.
tends to do that on a Wednesday. Pearson Best has gone big. That's gone into, is it Cane Garden? Oh my God, he hit that very well indeed. He's a big, strong man. And that's gone over the mid-wicket area. That's gone for 6. Well played, Pearson Best.
And it would appear that person really had that one under his belt there. A shot that one would remember. We're going to look back at this on YouTube or whatever.
Can you describe it for me? Have you ever done commentary before?
I've never done commentary, but I guarantee you I can do it.
Okay, here we go. Describe it. Here we go.
So Pearson, that's a very good delivery. However, Pearson delivering that ball high over, it would appear, where is that?
Mid-wicket.
Mid-wicket, and that's gone for 6.
Oh, wonderful. On a scale of 1 to 10, I give you 10 and a half. Don't ask me why we put the half in. But it's good to have you.
It's definitely a pleasure sharing
Very
this,
much indeed.
the broadcast with you.
Are you enjoying Barbados?
Oh, yes, I am. St. Vincent is pretty close to Barbados. So
yes.
my couple of years in St. Vincent, I would have visited Barbados quite a number
When
of
last
times.
have you gone to St. Vincent and the Grenadines, my
I've
friend?
been there in January of 2023. So
You
that's
didn't go for
just-
Christmas?
No, I didn't.
Oh, my golly. How could you miss Christmas in St. Vincent?
9 mornings and all.
9 mornings in that? Oh, come on. Work.
Yeah.
Here's Josh Thomas again. This time Pearson certainly went for the big swing, missed it, but he's looked good so far. So in terms of teams in Cayman, how many teams do you have there playing, approximately?
We do have what we call, like, it's a first division, second division.
Okay.
We do have, not quite sure, maybe like about 10
10
or
teams?
so teams.
Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough. Okay.
No Philip Hackett.
Yeah.
Well, of course, fellow commentator Philip Hackett would have spent some time in Cayman. He reckoned he was a big leg spinner, but from our reports, he never really turned the ball. Do you know Philip Hackett?
I think I remember seeing him coaching in one of the schools.
Oh, well, he
in
was
the-
a coach, really?
In the Cayman Islands.
So he lied to me then. All right, so it's a situation where it's 60 for a loss of 2. Stay with us. I'm going to hand over to Wayne Holder, who is going to continue to have a little chat with you. And at the moment, you're beginning to recover, 60 for 2.
Oh, yes, definitely. The first 2 wickets went down pretty quick, but I know we do have the batsman coming up that can do the job for us.
So what we will do here, we'll invite you to do some comments,
Oh, yeah.
because you seem as if you can do the job, and you even get Wayne Holder's job. But I'm going to leave it with you. It's always a pleasure to talk to Mr. Pompey. Is Pompey a big name a popular name in St. Vincent and the Grenadines?
It is, yes, it is.
Okay, wonderful.
It is. But one thing to remember, the Pompeys actually came from Barbados.
Yes, that's true.
Yes.
That's very, in fact, there's a lady called Pompey. She calls the calling programs all the time. And that's interesting that you talk about history. They actually came from Barbados to Pompeys.
Yes, they did.
Okay. Do you know any Pompeys in Barbados?
No.
Okay.
Except for the one who sings.
Well, of course, Wayne Holder wants to get into the Pompey family. He told me that a long time ago. I'll leave it with you. And, of course, your next commentator is Wayne Holder.
Yeah, well, thank you, Andrew. And the game continues. Something of a recovery here for the Cayman Islands. Spearheaded by none other than Pearson Best. Pearson Best, I suspect, having been in the Cayman Islands for quite a few years now. On the cricket-wise, I would imagine that he is something of a legend, as we witness.
Definitely, Pearson is one of those, what you will call one of those pioneers in cricket in the Cayman Islands. He's been doing a fantastic job, not just with the Police Cricket Club, but cricket in general in the Cayman Islands.
61 for 2 represents a 50 partnership between this pair. So I think that is a special achievement after the troubles of the early overs.
Yes, definitely. And then Pearson, you can see picking things up there with Paul Manning. And we're going to see where it gets from there. We still have Brian Corbin to come.
It's dropping this one away into the offside, but rolling back the clock somewhat, because a few of the shots that I have seen here would have been vintage Pearson Best before he left Barbados. I don't know if you know a lot about his exploits before he came over to Cayman.
No, I didn't. But
Swept away, out towards deep mid-wicket. Good, generous bounce to the man, only a single. But yes, Pearson Best would have figured a prolific scorer at the highest local level, and one who would have been somewhat of a stalwart at, Andrew keeps saying his club, St. Catherine, played in the first division competition, and a household name in Barbados is cricket. Up to the point that he left, steered away behind point, diving effort. The ball is going to run into the boundary at wide third man. So a nice, clever shot there played by Manning, the delivery on the off stump and just giving himself a bit of room and opening the face of the bat, running it past the man at short third man, and 4 clever runs. 67 for 2 it is at the end of over number 12 as we look at it again.
Yeah.
Short
So
again, he had
Manning
it.
just coming across, giving himself space, and the ball going down, and crosses the boundary line, yes, and that's 4 runs.
So Manning is 16, Best is 33. We've had some 12 overs, and the Cayman Islands invited to bat 67 for 2 after some early troubles, or at one point 11 for 2. And this period now adding some 56 for the third wicket.
And Wayne, you know, on our arrival here, I think the second day we played a match in St. Catherine, which is Pearson's home ground.
Yeah, so it's-
It was a fantastic day out there. Had quite a large crowd coming out to see the Cayman police doing their thing. We did lose though, but it was good.
Well, no shaming losing.
No.
In Barbados, the cricket island. If there was an island to be called the cricket island.
It will be Barbados.
Yeah, it's between Barbados. As we have a change of bowling at the pavilion end. Darrell Cyrus comes back. I think he would have started at the far end, bowling his brand of right arm. Back of the arm spin, and Best is bowled, playing on to a delivery undone by the extra bounce obtained by Cyrus, looking for the pull shot, the ball off the under edge. I suspect it might have also gone on to strike the pad onto the leg stump, and the entertainment provided by Pearson Best comes to an end. But I must say it was a pleasant sight to see Pearson Best looking like the guy I used to know as we saw this delivery. It was short, it bounced a bit more, he's cramped there. It is best for room as he looks to play that pull shot and only succeeds in dragging it into his leg stump.
So the captain decides to bring the bowler back from the opposite end this time, and now that he can see it has reached some success.
Well, Best comes back to a round of applause. 33 he made of 23 balls, 5 fours and 1 6. And after 2 deliveries in the 13th over, 67 for 3.
So we see where Passad is going to join Manning at the crease now. Passad, local from Barbados. He's part of the Cayman Islands team. So he's a very good batsman. We saw him in the earlier match. That was 2 days ago. I think he made over 50 runs.
Well, he has a reputation of being a fierce striker of the ball, a dangerous batter. Ravindra Prasad in local competition. Actually a member of the police force, the police service here in Barbados, but for some reason or another he does not play for the police. Well, he used to be a member of the police service here in Barbados. Ravindra Prasad played for police at the local level.
Okay, yes.
Yeah, he's now playing with the Yorkshire club, who are actually be playing in the elite division, the highest local division for the first time this coming season. Short delivery, tugged away out to long on by Prasad. He gets off the mark with a single, but if you do see Prasad at his best, I'm sure you're going to enjoy what he has to offer.
He did quite a lot of cut on the first match. I think that was against Barbados at the
Weymouth. Yeah, I did see that. Now he made 55.
Yes.
It wasn't dominated the scoring.
Yes.
I think you made something like 84, and he got 55
out of that. So
that total.
that tells you,
yes,
he was a very good batsman there, and we look forward to another 55 or more here.
Well, yeah, 69 it is for 3, so you're going to need every one of those 55 runs as this delivery is going on to the back foot and plays a powerful wristy shot back along the pitch, well fielded by the bowler, and the over 13 finishes with the Cayman Islands 69 for 3. Prasad would have had an outing also in the CPL T10 competition last season.
Okay, great.
I'm not so exactly sure which team he would have played for, Prasad. In the CPL T10 last season, He played for the St. Lucia franchise in that competition. So he's a person who has gotten some recognition. Also told that he had some exploits in Canada, also last summer. So we look at the Cayman Islands scorecard. At the bowling
From
here for
Grenada.
the Grenada bowling.
So we have Redhead 4 overs, 1 maiden, 11 runs, no wicket, an average of 2.8.
Yes. Strange occurrence. We would get back to it as the new bowler, a new over from Johan Jeremiah begins. And Manning is looking to play a nudge into the outside. One can almost see looking to drop that ball in the outside and look for the sharp single. But I think the delivery spinning back into him and ending up back with the bowler. Onto the front foot, the ball, I believe, coming off the inside edge of the bat onto the pad. Thinking of going for a single, but the bowler always had it under control. I had the unusual situation of two bowlers going right through with their full allotment of 4 overs. The opening pair, Redhead and Dubiset for Grenada. As this delivery is short, pulled into the onside. The batsmen go quickly for 1. They will remain on 1 though. Return comes in. But this pair, Dubiset and Redhead, working up a head of steam at the start of the innings. I see you've also got another local player in the person of Donica Sargent, who would have opened your batting.
Yes.
Again,
And from what I heard, he's a very good batsman. Unfortunately.
well, it's a matter of levels. Yes,
yeah.
he plays for the second division, a police second division side. And as a partner, he does fairly well in that competition. But if you know the difference, you will know that there's a gulf between second division and elite.
Yeah, yes.
Coming onto the front for this Prasad. Clips this one into the outside for an easy single. So he's quite prepared to give himself something of a sighter. Just looking to grow into his innings gradually. Picking up a couple of singles so far. He's 272 for 3 is the total. Jeremiah, right arm off spin, is on the off stump, looking to slash behind point. Is Manning doesn't take contact and then rehearses a reverse sweep. But the Cayman Islands, the opportunities to play at a higher level. What opportunities are there though to play at a higher level coming for a person coming out of the Cayman Islands program?
Manning actually is one of our national players. And the opening batsman, Jamal, is also one of our national.
Buchanan. So those are Cayman Islands. And what competition would you be involved in at the national level?
At the national level, they are the national competition which is organized by the Cricket Association have quite a number of teams, say about 10 or so teams within that competition. And these guys play for their home team, but they are also, along with Brian Corbin, are also members of the national, Cayman Islands national.
So who are the teams that Cayman Islands would play against? So I'm trying to find out.
Teams like there's one called Greenies, that Cayman Islands would play against.
That Cayman Islands would play against? Yeah.
Oh no, no. I was talking about the local level.
Local competition.
Right.
So there's any opportunity for, let's say, a player from the Cayman Islands to represent the Leeward Islands? Is there any such a association with the Leeward Islands?
No, there's not. Because Cayman is actually in the west.
Well, a typical Ravindra Prasad shot down on one knee, playing that slug sweep. Lots of wrist in that shot, helping this delivery from outside the off stump. Over the man at cow corner, 6 runs. Ravi Prasad on the go with a maximum 80 for 3 as we look at it here on the monitor again, the leg spinner. Wide outside the off stump. In fact, he had to haul that one high over mid-wicket, but did well to actually reach it. Picks up another boundary from the next delivery. So Prasad beginning to motor now. As I mentioned to you, did take a couple of balls to find his way, feel his way into the conditions, but now beginning to open up, rushes up to 12. Cyrus, the right arm wrist spinner, is pitching up and driven, but that one pitching right up into the block hole. Prasad hitting it hard into the pitch, having to dig it out. Can't beat the bowler. It's a flatter delivery outside the off stump, looking to dab it away. It's Prasad. The ball is through to the wicket keeper. So you were telling me that the Cayman Islands.
Right. So the Cayman Islands is the Western Caribbean, so they wouldn't have a chance of playing with the Leewards, because the Leewards then the Eastern Caribbean.
Yeah, further down, but of course we do hear of the likes of I think BVI.
Yes.
But these are the
so BVI fall within that category.
So any hopes of Cayman Islands moving into any of the ICC competitions, for instance, you know, the different tiers of ICC competition that allows for associates. Cayman an associate member of the ICC?
Right. Not quite sure, but that would be something good in terms of exposure for these players, especially when you look at Manning and Jamal, Brian, who are playing from a national level.
Well, sir, I'm going to have to thank you very much. Well, not exactly my stint, but we're now cutting into Joel's stint, so I'm going to ask him to take over. But it has been a pleasure talking to you.
It was definitely a pleasure.
You are welcome here in Barbados. I hope you continue to enjoy the trip, and I hope that you learn a lot. Learn a lot about cricket while you are here, and that there will be some improvement. There'll be some benefit to show when you get back home. I'll tell Philip Hackett that I saw you and he told me the truth about him. And that you told me the truth about him. Thanks once again.
Definitely thanks for allowing me to share the broadcast with yourself and Andrew earlier on.
And of course, Joel who is going to come in now and take over.
Thank you guys very much.
From that end of the ground. And I continue to wish you and your team all the best. Pleasure. So Joel, we're heading down into the final part. Well, this is normally the part of the innings that we refer to as the death. And with at the wicket, we can expect some fireworks as long as he remains there. Coming down to the end at 86 for 3 after 15. Not so sure that the Cayman Islands are in the kind of position that they would have wanted to be, but something of a recovery after the events of the opening spell from the Grenada fast bowlers.
Certainly a recovery, and the platform is actually set for them to launch here in these final 5. And they managed to do just that. It will be Ravindra Prasad, probably scampering for 2. I don't think he has the legs to get to the boundary. Some good footwork out there. In fact, coming back for 3, so good running by them. But yeah, certainly a recovery after being 11 for 2 after 5.3. Now 89 for 3 after 15.3. And you must think that with Prasad out there and still a couple to come, that they could probably look set their sights on maybe a 130, a 140, even a 150.
And it really was a joy to see Pearson Best reminding us that riding a bicycle is something that you don't ever forget. And you can see that this is a man who is out of the top drawer. Some of the shots that he played, the technique that he displayed, and is only now getting on in the years.
Yeah, it certainly started a touch slow, and that was given the pressure that was put on at the moment by the opening pair. But he weathered the storm, as they would say, and then he motored along quite nicely to get up to 33 off of 23. In terms of how things are set up for them at the moment, you would have to think that the swinging, the attack, the onslaught would be coming fairly soon. A bit of disappointment, but that's going to be a dot ball to close out over number 16 at the end of it, 91 for 3.
Well, Manning has been there for quite a while, featured in that partnership, that handy partnership for the 3rd wicket with Pearson Best. And I think he has been there long enough now that one would expect that he will be part of that onslaught. He would want to be part of that onslaught, having made 21 from 30. Scorecard dominated by that 33 by Cyrus. And the opening pair occupying some 32 deliveries for just 9 runs at the start of the innings.
Whether or not he wants to be a part of that onslaught or not, his team will demand it from him. 91 for 3 and eyeing what could probably be the biggest total that they've been able to get thus far in this regional police tournament. After looking at the start and the fact that things didn't necessarily shape up how they might want them, they'll be happy with the position that they currently find themselves in. 4 overs to go and all to play for here at this Lair's venue. The sun has left us a bit, and it's perfect conditions, we would have to say, for T20 cricket this afternoon.
Well, yes, I would love it to be in the middle. If the conditions were to remain like this all the time. Nice cool conditions, the sun gone behind a cloud.
Well, there's going to be Cyrus to bowl his final over. And he starts it well. He must be careful because with the wind blowing towards us here, we saw many balls disappear over the pavilion into the roadside. So anything short, you might have to tell yourself, might disappear here today.
What he's been able to do, though, he's been able to keep the ball close to Prasad, I noticed. And that has helped to keep Prasad a bit quiet up to this stage.
That feels set for exactly what I've talked about. There's a man at a wideish long on, a man at deep mid-wicket. There's a man at deep square leg as well. And he's bowled him. The bails are up, and Prasad must depart.
Now that is brilliant bowling. Again, as I mentioned to you, he has been able to keep the ball close to Prasad, close to his feet, not allowing him for the room to swing his arms through a lot of the deliveries. And that one, a quicker delivery, I suspect that might even have been a bit of a wrong-un from the leg spinner when I get a chance to see. But a fine delivery, blocked by but I believe that was a bit of a googly, deceiving Prasad, playing back to that delivery when he very well could have been forward and breaching his defense. Stumps knocked back, and a victory for Darrell Cyrus. Well bowled to him, 93 for 4.
Well bowled indeed. I talked about the fact that he's going to have to be very tight on his lines. He's going to have to be straight, probably a bit flatter as well. Did just that, and he picked up the prized wicket of a Ravindra Prasad. I've given them a couple more runs than they have. 93 for 4 they are at the moment.
Halfway in the 17th over, as the captain, Brian Corbin, finally makes his entrance. My good friend Gunsmoke has been questioning, where is Brian Corbin? Why hasn't he come? But he's finally here. Yes, very much so. Very well known in local circles. This one flighted up a full toss. Sorry.
You might think that maybe that one could have been swung away.
But the new batsman to the crease, still to get his bearings, get his sighting. So you may get away with that to the new batter.
Not me, he just did get away with it. Into Manning. Manning tries to hoist it away. Doesn't get much onto it. A hush has come over the venue here at Lair's as we get into crunch time, the back end.
For as long as he has been there, though, Manning has been unable to break free, to really break those shackles. He's now reached some 22 of 32 balls. Only struck the one boundary. Captain Corbin fell for a duck in the first match, opening the batting. Well, the Gunsmoke reminds me of warm ball duck, a golden duck.
That one fired in, can't get a run. And that brings us to the end of 17. 3 left, 95 for 4.
Well, Cyrus take a round of applause. Very well bowled. 2 for 19 from 4 overs. Just to think that a number of those balls would have been bowled at the dangerous Ravindra Prasad. And coming out unscathed, one would have to say, Darrell Cyrus, the leg spinner. A quick through the ear. Not often that you see leg spinners as quick as he is, but has proven to be very effective, getting the wicket off Ravindra Prasad eventually. He also got Pearson Best. So 2 of the major players in the Cayman Islands side, Cyrus was able to remove in that spell.
Drops it short but can't get it past cover. Regis into his second over. Just 2.5 deliveries left, or rather overs, 2.5 overs left in this contest. Can't get that one either. The boundaries certainly haven't flowed for the Cayman Islands today.
Pearson Best struck 5 fours. There were 2 others struck along the line, while he also struck one of the 2 sixes recorded in the innings. So yes, the boundaries have been rather few and far between.
Brian Corbin, we're hoping to do something a little different. Not an aggressive stroke played just yet by him. You must see at this stage he maybe might run out of deliveries. Well, he tries to go for that one, doesn't get under it. Another single to the total.
Sit down too long on Brian Corbin. Remember this youngster playing for the Alexandra School back in the day when I was playing club cricket. I was the youngsters playing in the intermediate division. So really, yeah, dot ball, and rather quiet. Swing and a miss outside the off stump. There's an appeal for a catch at the wicket, so he actually didn't miss it, Joel.
The edge found, and Manning, well, he's got to put on his walking boots. He heads back into the pavilion. He had a long stay at the crease. A long, painful stay, some might say, given that it's 23 off of 35, but 23 valuable runs, you would have to say, for the Cayman Islands. They're now 97.
Well,
for 5.
In the context of what has happened for the Cayman, a decent return from Manning, having to really throw caution to the wind, having no other option, I believe, at this stage of the innings, going for the big swing. And a good catch taken by the keeper standing up, because with the bat swinging almost wildly in front of him, he did well to keep his composure, hold on to the nick, and send Manning back to the dugout among his peers here on the western side of the pavilion to take it up to 97 for 5, and a wicket to Regis too.
Regis picks up his first. He's got figures now of 1 for 8 from 1.5. The final delivery of his over. And that one's cut away, and I do believe he'll have the legs to get into the boundary. In fact, it's pulled inside. And 2 runs to Brian Corbin. So Johan Jeremiah, he's into his 3rd. The score moves on to 99.
Just got some good news for Andrew Mason, Joel. Marcus Rashford scoring for Manchester United, who take a 1-0 lead.
Oh, tries to get under that one, but can't. Corbin. We noted the fact that a lot of the batters have opted to swing toward this pavilion end. Just get it into the breeze, and the wind will take it. Good bowling by Jeremiah, keeping it away from the swinging arc of Corbin.
As the beginning of the innings in the power play, Joel, it was a fairly quiet going by the Cayman Islands, and now we're into the death, and this is one of the quietest death periods that I would have ever witnessed in a T20 match.
Dot balls of gold at the end. Here, that score moved up to 100.
Exactly. With
that single from Corbin.
The 100 off 117 deliveries, 7 fours and 2 sixes.
And once again, can't get the connection that they're looking for. So things just creeping along slowly for the Cayman Islands. Tries to get that. And a misfield allows them to get the boundary. So they'll take that and hope they can get many more. That closes out the 19th over.
Well, a shot in anger by Brian Corbin down the ground and badly misfielded by the man there at long off, allowing a boundary, a rare boundary in this innings. And with only 1 over to go, Corbin hitting this one back over the head of the bowler. The ball bouncing along an uneven turf, we must admit. And the fielder looking to swoop around, probably moving a bit too fast, allowing the ball through. And the boundary taken, 105 for 5.
So the final over of this match, the final over of this innings. I said match, but it's not over yet. Grenada still to bat, and probably the happier the two sides at the moment. It'll be Regis to bowl the final over, and he starts it in the fashion of how things have gone so far with a single.
I think Cayman would want Brian Corbin on strike as often as possible, or as much as possible.
Well, the thickest outside edge, and the fortune will favor the Brave, and the Brave is Brian Corbin.
Big swing, looking to get this one way wide of long on. The ball peeling off the outside edge and going high over the fielder at short third man. But as you said, the intent was there. That's what was important.
Well, the intent certainly needs to be there. Just 4 deliveries left in this now. Cayman Islands 110 for 5. Goes again. And don't think about coming back for the second. One for 5. And this one into the air again. I do think it will evade the fielder. It does fall safely.
Actually, between two fielders, one man coming in from deep cover, the other man running back from the conventional cover position, and they did not take a run. Did they run? No, they didn't. Oh yes, they did run one, and it's Brian Corbin.
A sprinting to get back on strike and gets there safely. Oh,
Not so safe after all. Umpire Thompson's hand goes up.
Well, in fact, Brian Corbin is run out. Coming back for the second, looking for the strike. I did tell myself, just on my naked eye, that he was there, but the umpire with a better view than me says, no, Brian Corbin has to go. And that's wicket number 6 down for them.
You got to have a look at it again. As Corbin goes for the big swing, drags it away into the onside. The ball goes out to deep mid-wicket, and they complete one. Not really going earnestly for that first run, Corbin. I think that is where he was found wanting. Coming back for the second. And the return on the bounce picked up. And the bails removed, yes, before Corbin is able to make his ground. But I think what his undoing was not going immediately, going hard on the first run of that attempted two.
So with a new batter to face the final delivery of this innings. And they'll look to push for 2 again. And this time, they get home comfortably. So 2 runs to end it off. After their 20 overs, the Cayman Islands, they've reached 115 for 6.
115 for 6 from 20. Very good job done by the Grenadians in the field, both the bowling and the general out cricket. And the Cayman Islands never able to really break free of this stranglehold that was taken from the very beginning of the innings by the Grenadians. Pearson, best in the middle, there did try his utmost to bring some fluency to the batting, to the score, the run rate. But again, he was left basically all alone in the effort. As we have a look here at the scorecard for the Cayman, Sargent 5, Buchanan 4, Best 33, Manning 23, but from all of 36 deliveries. Prasad made 18 from 15, Corbin 14 from 10, and Strauss left not out. As a matter of fact, Corbin made 15 from 11. Strauss left not out with 3, and Serving Charles not out with 2, and a grand total of 112 for 5. Some 12 extras included. And then looking at the quick bowling figures for Grenada, Redhead, none for 11. Dubisset, 2 for 14. Thomas, none for 27. Cyrus, 2 for 19. Jeremiah, none for 20. And Regis, 1 for 18. A quite efficient job done by the Grenada police in the field. And now for them to complete what would be a clinical performance by knocking off the rather paltry 115 for 6 offered up by the Cayman Islands.
Yep. If you're just joining us, Cayman Islands, they batted first and they reached 115 for 6. It tells us that Grenada will need 116 if they're going to get back-to-back wins here in this regional police tournament. We're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, it'll be the turn of Grenada to see whether or not they can get another win in this competition. Good afternoon and welcome to the final innings of the fourth day of this regional police cricket tournament. The Cayman Islands, they're taking on Grenada. If you're just joining us, the Cayman Islands, they batted first and they reached 115 for 6 in their 20 overs. And the question on the minds of everybody is, can Grenada get that 116 required here for a victory? They got up to 172 yesterday, but different times and different conditions and a different task on hand for them. The order of the day for Cayman Islands, can they pick up early wickets? And well, if you're Grenada, you're going to want to have the start that you had yesterday. That start got them up to 107 for 1 after just 12 overs. And that was the pair of Jeremiah and Lawrence. And once again, they'll be opening the batting here at Lears. Left hand, right hand combination posed a bit of problems for bowlers in this competition. To get things started for the Cayman Islands, they'll be serving Charles. As expected, a tall, fast bowler. The fast bowlers have certainly enjoyed the surface here at Lears. Pace, bounce, cool conditions as well. Starts with one that is wayward, one that is wide, and one that is 4. So 5 runs to kick things off for Grenada. Not off the bat, but they would take that type of a start. I talked about that win factor on that particular occasion. Just taking that ball wide and wider. The keeper who couldn't grab it on that occasion. Just 115 that they're defending. That one gets through the keeper, but this time it's stopped by the man at third man. And you would have to say, not good running by this pair. Signal another wide by the umpire, so no legal deliveries just yet. In this match, probably could have considered the possibility of 2 runs on that occasion, as the man at third man had a lot of running to do to get around to that one. So Lyndon Lawrence, he faces his first delivery. He got 75 off 39 balls yesterday. Smashed it to all parts. And a misfield allowed him to get off the mark. And once again, the running failing Grenada at the moment. But Lawrence's first delivery yesterday whistled away to the boundary. His second delivery whistled away to the boundary as well. So Cayman might want to keep that in mind.
The big fish.
The first runs off the bat for Jeremiah. This time they push for the second. Just 2 legal deliveries bowled this innings. He scored 10 without loss. Grenada. Benefited from a wonderful opening partnership. Yesterday, Jeremiah back from doing the duties with the Windward Islands Volcanoes. Getting into this spell now is serving Charles. You would have to say that things have progressively gotten better for him. as he went along the first two deliveries, wide and wider of the off stump. Now getting a bit tighter onto the top of off stump. That looked good, and it is good. The first boundary off the bat for Grenada.
Yeah, Servant Charles is a very tall man, almost Ambrose-like, but no pace really, and no difficulty at all. One of the impressive sides in this competition being Grenada. We've seen St. Vincent, and we've seen Barbados. Big game on for Barbados tomorrow against Antigua, right here at Lears.
Tries to go again, but probably not the length for that shot. Not getting up as we've seen other deliveries do on this surface here at Lears.
What time is that game tomorrow?
And it should have been the end of the over, but in fact, sprayed down the leg side. So another delivery to the bowled. A very expensive start for Servant Charles. Come through for a single. So the first over finally comes to an end at the end of it. 16 without loss.
Yeah, very good start for Grenada Police. They should go on to win this. In fact, when I look at the competition, the weaker sides would be Cayman Islands and the BVI. Trinidad looks pretty okay as well. So it's going to be interesting to see who would actually get in to the semi-finals. I understand Trinidad may be boasted by some big guns coming tomorrow. That has not been confirmed as yet, but I'm hearing that Emirates may very well be playing for Trinidad, so we shall wait and see what happens as far as that is concerned. If he does, that will be a tremendous boost, not only to Trinidad and Tobago, but of course to the entire competition. See my good friend from Grenada. Is it Grenada or St. Vincent? Grenada. Says he loves Barbados. He's going to get married to a Bajan and live here in Lears.
So Paul Manning to pair Servant Charles.
That's your cousin, isn't it?
Starts with a dot delivery. Cayman Islands in search of wickets. Early wickets to possibly peg back Grenada. Put a bit of pressure onto them. It's been a good 2 balls from Manning.
Yeah, they'd love the Cayman Islands to get a couple of wickets early to exert some pressure on Grenada. But when you don't make many runs, you know, there's not that hustle and bustle.
A good looking shot from Jeremiah, and it will have the legs to run away to the boundary. A fantastic shot.
Very good shot indeed. It was short, asking to be hit really, and punched away to cover for 4.
Yeah, just dropping fractionally short and wide of the off stump. And any left-hander would capitalize on that. The good running continues by this pair, and they will be helped by a misfield as well. When not having the biggest total on the board, you must ensure you stay tight, and if you'll give yourself the best chance of applying pressure to the opposition. Tries to get cute and steer that one, Jeremiah. Doesn't get back onto it. Probably missed out on that occasion. The wind that would have taken it. But the end of the second over, 22 without loss.
Yeah, solid start for the Grenada police. In charge, in command. Rate required is just 5.22. The current rate is 11. So they require just 94 runs for victory in 18 overs. And that really, Joel, should be a pretty simple assignment.
It should be, but in a game of cricket, you just never know. You've seen smaller targets pose problems to opposition. And one man will be hoping to pose problems to the opposition is Ravindra Prasad. He's been introduced into the attack now. Just 1 over for Servant Charles.
Yeah, they really got to get more to Prasad, not only with his batting, but certainly with his bowling. Very competent spin bowler as well. Playing for the Yorkshire side in Barbados, a side that was recently promoted. Very tight left arm spin.
And he's greeted with a hello and a goodbye. That one races away.
Yeah, wonderful shot. Too wide and full, and just had to get back into that really, and goes through cover for 4.
Tossed up on that particular occasion outside the off stump from Prasad. And Lawrence needs no invitation to stretch his arms. That gets him going his first boundary.
Much better length on that occasion. It was pulled down. The batsman made the necessary adjustment. Ball before was too full and wide.
Yeah, certainly a good adjustment from him. Can't afford to get too short though, especially given the field that's set at the moment. And once again, tight by Prasad, learning from the mistake of that first delivery.
So it's been a very good comeback by Prasad here, recognizing the importance of bowling good length and good line. That must be out.
And he's trapped in front. The dreaded finger goes up, and Prasad strikes.
Went on the back foot to a ball that he saw short, his eyes open wide, but the thing was that it kept a bit low. And umpire Thompson really had no difficulty in giving that. Yeah, on the back foot, struck plumb in front. From what we see there, that would have crashed into the middle stump.
Well, they wanted early wickets. And an early wicket is what they've got. Grenada 26 for 1. Lawrence, he goes for 5 from just 6 deliveries.
As I said, you got to get more to Prasad. He's got to bat higher, and he's got to bowl early as well. I believe that you should stop a crisis rather than to come to one. And very often, teams tend to delay having their best cricketers perform up front, which is a bit strange, really. And sometimes when you look at the construct of batting lineups, you begin to wonder why certain players are batting in certain positions. I think police can do a bit of a tweak with their batting lineup. I think a Bab should come a bit earlier.
Well, Shondell Regis strides to the crease and joins Jeremiah. 2 left-handers at the crease now for Grenada. Got 27 in a match yesterday versus Barbados. The end of what has been a successful over for Prasad and the Cayman Islands. At the end of it, 26 for 1. Cayman Islands will be hunting for more success. They'll certainly need to take wickets and take them at regular intervals if they're going to stand a chance of restricting Grenada here. Spin coming from both ends. A good connection and a good result for Jeremiah. The crowd has still stayed with us throughout this day. They've enjoyed some wonderful cricket. Just trained down the leg side and just had to get a bit of bat on it there, Jeremiah. Well, it goes upish and through the hands. And back-to-back boundaries for him. A chance for Jeremiah, but a chance goes a-begging. Burst through the hands of the man at cover. And he has gotten a bit of a motor going. Just tossed up outside that off stump, inviting the drive. And it was a difficult chance, but a chance that probably should have been taken. Brilliant stop. Keeps it down to just 1.
So just to let you know that the BVI will be playing against Grenada tomorrow. That game is at 10 o'clock. And then Barbados will play against Antigua and Barbuda. Both games will be streamed. And both games will be coming from here at Lairs. Lovely, lovely venue. So we encourage all of you to, of course, check the stream. And if you can make it, please do. Lots of room here. Lovely breeze. Plenty of parking for you. So we encourage you to come tomorrow and watch Barbados in a very important match against Antigua and Barbuda, having lost twice. So once again, BVI versus Grenada. Barbados playing against Antigua and Barbuda. Those games will be played tomorrow. The first, about BVI versus Grenada at 10, and then the Barbados game is going to be at 2. So take note.
That one flies off the edge. And fortune favoring Jeremiah. He picks up 3 boundaries in that over. 14 in total from it, 40 for 1.
Well, with a small score like that, you certainly got to take your chances, and they have not.
Yesterday, Jeremiah opted to play the anchor role in the Grenada innings.
Well, if you're a Newcastle fan, you will be happy. They're up 3-1 against West Ham. Manchester United up 1-0 against Brentford. So the battle is on for those 4 places. Newcastle, they've done very well.
Continues to be tight. Ravindra Prasad. Just 4 runs from his first over. Picked up the wicket as well of the dangerous Lyndon Lawrence. That one keeps low as well. Posing some problems, answering some questions here is Prasad.
He is. There's no doubt about that. He's ever since the first ball he bowled that was full and wide, he's really settled in quite nicely to a very good groove, and as you said, causing 1 or 2 problems as well.
Scamper, a quick one. Thought there was a bit of trouble for a moment.
Yeah, the fielder at mid-wicket far too slow. Big man not the movement that you would have expected. And they got the single in the end comfortably. Fielding is so important.
Crunched away. My dear me, that is lovely from Jeremiah.
You're right, it was too short, too wide, and he found the gap on the offside quite nicely between backward point and cover. And once it gotten through, the timer was good enough for it to race to the boundary. Yeah, far too short.
On anything short, Jeremiah played well off the back foot in this innings, taking what would be, I guess, the aggressor role in comparison to what he did yesterday, but doing it quite well. In behind that one nicely to take the score up to 46 at the end of over number 5.
Yes, and really cruising. I mean, it's not a situation where they have to be 70 or 80. I mean, the assignment for them now is what, just 70 more to get, with a rate required of 4.67. They're scoring at 9.20. So the Grenada police force should go on to win this quite comfortably, I would think.
Yeah, they're looking like it. I would still say too early to call. Another 15 overs left in this encounter. And wicket certainly can build the pressure required here for the Cayman Islands. It's going to be Jamil Buchanan now being introduced into the attack. So continue with the trial by spin for the Cayman Islands. And he starts as any bowler would want to start with a dot ball.
Well, certainly Buchanan would want to try to pick up a wicket here for the Cayman Islands.
Down the leg side, and this will be a couple for them. Signal wide by the umpire, so 3 runs to the total, just one shy of 50. Things certainly looking easy for Grenada. And that brings up the 50 for them, 50 for 1. 50 coming off of 36 deliveries.
Well, Grenada seems to be cruising at this stage and really looking to continue their winning minutes from yesterday.
Yeah, it certainly has looked relatively easy for them so far. As I mentioned, still some time left in this encounter.
But Joe, no pressure at all. The Grenadians look under no pressure. They look easy. They're playing the ball on its merit and rotating the strike regularly, getting the occasional run as this one, going down behind square, down to the fine leg boundary for 4.
Yeah, the runs keep coming for them. And the runs keep coming for Johan Jeremiah. He races now to 36 off of 20 deliveries. Once again, just string on to the leg side and just needed to get some bat onto it. This outfield has been running beautifully. And as soon as it beat the man that's at this backward square leg, it was guaranteed to be a boundary.
Well, it's a fast outfield, and you do get value for your shots.
Talking about value, that's the best value you can have. That is 6 big ones.
But that's a beautiful shot there from Jeremiah. He waited out and wanted to pull in that one over the backward square boundary into the boundary for 6. A lovely shot from Jeremiah. And what I like about this Grenadian team is that yesterday Lawrence was the man, but today somebody else stepped up and playing the part here, come to the party and continue. As you can see, it's a delivery on the line of the leg stump, and Jeremiah wasting no time, and that over the backward square region into the boundary for 6.
Wrapped on the pad, asking a question of umpire Laverty. She says, no, that completes the power play. 6 gone at 61 for 1.
Well, 61 for 1. Grenada really cruising here. And they look like a real unit. You can see it from in the field, the bowling and the batting. They're really rotating the strike, getting the occasional boundary, and certainly looking to continue their winning ways today.
Well, they'll certainly be hoping to do just that. but one man who might stand in their way, he has the ball in hand right now. He's into his third.
Well, Ravindra Prasad, former Barbados Police Service player, a very experienced, plays his trade now for Yorkshire, and he's a very experienced player, and he's the man certainly to watch that can peg back this Grenada side.
Driven nicely, and just one. Either left or right of that field, you would have to tell yourself that would have run away. Brings Jeremiah back onto strike. He's raced to 42 off just 22.
And again, on this occasion, Prasad keeping it tight. The dot ball's going in the book, and going a very tidy line, Prasad, and trying to keep Jeremiah from getting any boundaries at all or trying to rotate the straight. He's trying to keep that dot balls going.
Has an almighty heave. And just one bounce into the boundary.
Well, certainly, Joel, you have to be commentator's curse after trying to say that Prasad, he's bowling a tidy line, but Jeremiah wasted no time in hitting that one over the wicket, but into the boundary, and he is pressing on, as you can see here, flight delivery, and he's hitting that one over the onside, a lovely boundary.
Goes back now to that length and that line that's been working for him, just a bit flatter and on top of the off stump. Worked away for a single. It's been fantastic cricket, you have to say, though, by Johan Jeremiah thus far.
Yes, he's batting very, very, very classy, and he's mixing defense with aggression. And as you can see, he certainly has a plan in his mind.
Well, that plan, whatever it is working for him and working for Grenada. The boundaries are coming and still rotating the strike. And with that, the score moves up to 68.
Well, the key is key in 2020 cricket to rotate the strike. You don't have to get all the boundaries, but the key important is to rotate the strike, keep the scoreboard ticking.
Well, talking about ticking, it ticks along to 69 for 1. 7 overs have been bowled here. There's 47 runs required for Grenada to win. And
Grenada continue to build partnerships, and that's key to 2020 cricket also. Barbados didn't do that this morning. That's where they fell down. Batting, and they didn't build a partnership. They don't rotate the strike. They were getting the boundaries, but not rotating the strike enough so that they can put a sizable total on the board at that stage.
There's still a lovely crowd on hand here for us here at Lears. The conditions have gotten cooler and cooler as we've ventured down towards the evening. Just 2 away from a half century, Jeremiah. And it's Adrian Thomas now who's been introduced into the attack from that road end.
Well, Thomas, a former BCL player for the Barbados Police Service, is now joined Cayman Islands, and we will see what he does here, or if he can continue to bowl dot balls just as Prasad had done before that he was struck for the 6.
That's a mighty heave, and that will be 50 for Johan Jeremiah. Well done, young man.
Well, that is a very beautiful 50. That 50 from Jeremiah continued to bat very well. 27 balls, 27 minutes at the crease, 9 fours and 1 6, and he really showed his class here. Thomas a bit short on that occasion, Joel, and I really think that at this stage you won't want to bowl sharp bowling. You would see at this wicket it stands up, and you'll be able to get it away.
Yeah, just digs it in short and taken advantage of by Jeremiah. Punches his one nicely and continues in the fashion that he has all afternoon long.
Well, Thomas coming into the attack, and bit of bowling short. I think he needs to pitch up the ball, because as you can see earlier, when you pitch up the ball, it is better, and you bowl it outside the off stump. Those guys were having trouble, but the sharp bowling has been knocked out of the park.
Signal wide by the umpire. So not the best of starts to this over for Adrian Thomas. He's been shortened down the leg side, short and wide. That wind also taking the ball on the angle across the two left-handers at the moment. Bowling around the wicket to them. And a case of short and wide again.
He's having a hurried opening bowler, Joel. bowling time, and bowling the ball short is not going to do anything good for him because the wicket is going to take it down the leg side and it will be called away, or he will be put off the park. He need to concentrate on his line and left and pitch up that ball on the liner or stump to peg back this Grenadian side.
Another short ball, and the result this time is 6 runs.
But really, Joel Thomas not really learning. He continued to bowl short, and as you can see from the first game, short bowling be put out the park, and when, as you can see here, it was a short delivery, and the batsman certainly would. It's a gift really, and putting that one out the park over the mid-wicket region. As you saw earlier when Pearson Best was batting, short bowling would certainly be put away on this wicket.
On the charge was Regis, just gets a single. A familiar shot, a familiar result. Dare I say the cars are in danger here at Lears.
Well, it's a short delivery, and certainly Thomas continued to bowl short, and the batsman here, as you can see, this whipping this one over the mid-wicket region into the boundary. Certainly he needs to pitch up the ball. You can't continue to bowl short on this wicket because the batsman will get value for their shots, and it'll be meat and drink, Joel. Meat and drink.
Certainly meat and drink for them, and it would appear as those around are in a bit of danger with Jeremiah batting. I've been told that one struck a car. I do hope that no one was injured in the process.
So Thomas is bowling unsafe to the players and spectators and certainly vehicles around. Well, at this stage, somebody needs to talk to Thomas. Sharp bowling, he continued to bowl short and he continued to be punished. And somebody experienced, the captain, Brian Corbin, should do that.
Well, he closes out with a dot ball, a very expensive, over 20 runs from it. 89 for 1.
Well, a dot ball on that occasion, a rare dot ball, and Thomas really had a poor over there. And certainly he would want to, if the captain decides to stick with him, he would want to come back and prove his captain's trust in him. But Jeremiah and Regis certainly looking to guide the Grenada side to victory here. With Jeremiah, he's on 59 out of just 30 deliveries, and he's really batting well here. Regis, he's on 12. 89 for 1 at the end of the 8th over, and Grenada looking to come up with another victory and continue their winning ways.
Well, if things continue as they have, it could be a very quick show here. Paul Manning comes back into the attack. He's bowled 2 for 20 so far. Once again, good running by this pair. Good early calling from them.
But it's good communication, Joel, between the two batsmen. Flighted delivery there on occasion, and batsman just guiding it down towards the short turban region for a single, as you can see here.
Pressuring for a second. And the bubble and the fumble means that they will get it. So everything going the way of Grenada at the moment. They motor along, just 24 runs now needed for a victory here at Lears.
Well, certainly Grenada would be in the driver's seat at this stage and feeling very comfortable cruising along looking for a victory.
In the driver's seat with the handbrake down, heading down a slope towards what certainly looks like back-to-back wins for them here in the Regional Police Cricket Tournament.
Well, yesterday they beat Barbados in a super over. Very exciting cricket, Joel. That cricket won yesterday. But it was very, very exciting cricket at Weymouth yesterday.
I think I saw Paul Manning switch the bails. You know, in terms of superstitions, you're just looking to change the luck of things. I think I caught that at that particular moment, Paul Manning just switching the bails and hoping that maybe it might bring some success for them. Who knows? We'll keep our eyes on it.
Are you superstitious, Joel?
Absolutely not.
Well, we hope that some luck come to him changing the bails over.
Once again, good running by this pair. Not being aware in that offside field at the moment, the Cayman Islands.
Well, Manning certainly looking to peg back this Grenadian side.
When it misses everything, and Manning does not know how. Well, the luck nearly went his way. 9 gone, 94 for 1.
Well, 94 for 1, Grenada in the driver's seat at this stage, looking to cruise onto victory and continue the winning ways from yesterday. 94 for 1 with Jeremiah. He's played so beautifully, mixed aggression with defense. He is on 62, and he's 62 off 34 balls, 9 fours and 2 sixes, and he continues to show his worth. He's ably assisted by Regis, who's on 14, and Grenada 94 for 1. Would at this stage would be believing they are in the driver's seat and be looking for victory against this Cayman Islands side.
Well, I'm being told that the car on screen was the one that the ball hit. And Krumah Morgan are now into the attack from the road end. And that one sails as well. The trouble continues for the Cayman Islands.
Well, and again, continues. That's 100 up. The 100 for the Grenadian side, that 100 coming off 61 deliveries, 36 minutes, 10 fours and 4 sixes. So Grenada large and in charge here at Lears, where the sun is shining bright and outfield placid and well. So Morgan get a bit of stick on that occasion. Short and put over the mid-wicket boundary for another maximum.
A quick single out to Ravi Prasad at deep mid-wicket. Brings it now to 15 runs required for victory.
And certainly 15 runs, Grenada will believe that they can certainly come up with a victory with Jeremiah on strike. And he's been batted so beautifully. He's been the man who led the charge for this run chase, Joel.
Well, just 4 deliveries left in this over, and in the manner that they're going, it could be finished in this over. Pushing for 1.
And again, Joel, I believe the Cayman Islands bowlers continue to bowl short. And that's where the Grenadians are maximizing all those short deliveries.
Signal wide by the umpire. Looking to fire that one in there was Morgan, but just getting it offline.
Well, that one was had a bit of pace on it. Down the leg side. Remember, the wind is very strong out here at Lears. And you must control your line and length here at the stage.
Another 1 to the total. 13 now required for victory. We're into over number 10. 9.3 overs have been bowled here at Lears. In fact, 12 runs needed for victory.
Well, very good batting from Grenada. And as I say again, Joel, the Cayman Islands continue to bowl short. Short bowling on this type of wicket will not do you any good. You will need to pitch up the ball, flight it a little further, give the batsman something to worry about.
Closes it out with a dot ball. 10 gone, the halfway stages. Innings 104 for 1. Beautiful scenes here of layers as the sun starts to make its way towards the west. The beautiful trees in the background as they make way for Wayne Holder, who will carry to the end as just 12 runs are needed now.
Well, don't forget, thank you, Joel, but don't forget tomorrow we are live streaming from the Layers ground. 2 matches here, one at 10 o'clock. Grenada versus the BVI, and the all-important game tomorrow for Barbados versus Antigua and Barbuda. And Wayne, thank you, welcome back. And Barbados would need to win tomorrow to advance, Wayne.
Well, as you say, the Barbadians really are in for a shock over the past couple of days. But here we see the Grenadians rattling along at a very merry gallop, having been set somewhat a straightforward assignment. Just 116 to win against an attack without any real bite in it from the Cayman Islands.
Well, yes, it didn't look. The Cayman Island bowlers certainly didn't have any bite, and they continued to bowl short and giving the batsman that gift and that room to hit out of the park.
Well, they've bowled some of everything. They've bowled short, they've bowled full, they've bowled wide, and they've bowled something in Barbados we used to call back in the day hitman.
Yes, I mean, and certainly they've not come with a plan. It didn't look like they've come to a plan to bowl to Grenada, and they didn't sit down to study the opponents they are playing.
Well, I was actually looking at the Cayman Islands. Out here for a good time, but really definitely out of their depth. As far as this competition is concerned, the likes of Grenada, Barbados, and the likes are slightly out of their depth. But they're here for a good time. They're here to enjoy the tournament, and we welcome them to our shores.
Well, I would believe for the first time in the tournament, Cayman Islands, and the experience of this year, that the next year competition, they would certainly want to step up to that stage.
Well, that is it. It can only do them well. But as you mentioned, Barbados are in a tricky position, finding themselves in a very tricky position now, because we've got to await the result of the game being played at the BNOC today to see where Barbados will stand. That game would have featured the game at BNOC this afternoon, the afternoon game at BNOC. I think that result is going to be very interesting for the Barbadians with their 2 wins from 4 matches. But this game continuing, 109, just a couple of strikes away, the Grenada side, and totally been entertained by young Johan Jeremiah for the Grenada team at the top of the innings. Really taking matters into his own hands. 9 4s and 2 6s he has struck so far. His 64 gets a full toss and hoists it away out towards deep mid-wicket. The ball coming off the bottom of the bat, the ball, that woody sound coming from the bat, suggesting that the shot had not been very well timed. And he moves to 65. It's 110 now, so just 1 strike away from victory.
Well, yes, that game at the Barbados Oil Company, win British Virgin Islands versus Antigua and Barbuda, and Antigua yet to win a game in the competition.
So as the
BVI.
So one of them would be getting off the mark this afternoon. So it wouldn't be exactly a problem for Barbados, come to think of it. Barbados with 2 wins will be looking at the likes of St. Vincent, who are really clearly the leaders now. Grenada are making themselves something of a team to watch. And the Trinidadians have also been fairly consistent. So Barbados looking for that 4th place in the semi-finals.
Oh, yes, they're looking for that 4th. But I can tell you though, Wayne, the Trinidadians, they come with a different plan this year. They've never won a game in the competition. And this year they look like a totally complete different side.
into this, the 12th over. Delivery cut, and the return comes in. The batter losing his bat along the way, but easily making it into the crease with his feet and all. And one more now. 1-1-1 for one, so 4 ones. Sean?
Well, you know, at this stage, David Shepherd will be standing on one foot in the umpiring international cricket, man.
11.2 overs. Yes, we know that. Good old John Shepherd. As this one is hit it down to long on. Just a single, so still not able to complete the job, but making fairly light work of this modest target, the Grenada police, and they now push themselves very much into contention for one of the places in the semi-finals. Sean, I would like to take another look at that schedule, because another very important game is going to be, as this one is struck into the boundary at long on, beating the man coming around to his right. Down to the boundary it goes. That's the final nail in the coffin of the Cayman Islands. It's all over here at Lears. Grenada recording a third victory to be 116 for one, winning by some 9 wickets over the Cayman Islands. At the end, Joan Jeremiah not out on 70 from 44 balls, 10 fours and 2 sixes. Sean Del Regis not out on 25 off 20 balls. He struck 2 sixes. The batsman dismissed Lyndon Lawrence for 5. And the Cayman Islands lose yet again. Servan Charles, 1 over for 16 runs. Paul Manning, 3 overs, 25 runs. Ravindra Prasad, the only wicket taker, 3 overs for 18 runs. Jamel Buchanan, 2 overs, 21 runs. Adrian Thomas, 1 over for 20, expensive. And Nkrumah Bonner, 1 over and 4 balls for 16 runs. That's all she wrote as far as this one was concerned. And the Grenadians in front from the beginning. And if it were a horse race, Gunsmoke, we would say the Grenadians making all the running, every pole a winning pole.
As they would say, no more turns in this race. And certainly Grenadians coming up with a comfortable victory, educated batting, common sense cricket, and they really showed their worth here against the Cayman Islands. Jeremiah, he surely showed his ability to continue to bat, mix aggression with defense, and bring Grenada to another victory, man.
Well, Grenada with matches against the British Virgin Islands and Antigua and Barbados left to play, and will be favoring their chances of definitely heading into that semi-final, if not in first place, definitely in second place, where they will take on the third place team. And I think that is one of the features we will have to look out for as we go down to the tournament. But tomorrow's game between Antigua and Barbuda and Barbados is going to be a crucial one, and we'll be here to bring the coverage for you. So just to wrap up here in this second match, after St. Vincent and the Grenadines defeated Barbados earlier today by 9 wickets in the first match, we see another one-sided affair between Grenada and the Cayman Islands. Grenada 116 for 1 in reply to 115 all-out made by the Cayman Islands after they were invited to bat. And that we hear the strains of the music in the background, and that is about a cue to tell us that we can get out of here, we can get ourselves prepared for tomorrow morning at 10 o'clock again. It has been a pleasure being part of the team, yourself, Gunsmoke, Andrew Mason, and Joel Manning, and we look forward to doing it all over again come tomorrow. So here's wishing all a very good night, Gunsmoke. Thank you.